Bills return to practice today, 9:30 here in Orchard Park. No more St. John Fisher. Sean McDermott meets with the media at 9 a.m. Plan to carry that live here on WGR this morning. Josh Allen will speak after practice along with other players, and we'll have those on demand later in the day. Elsewhere around the NFL, Matthew Stafford was supposed to practice yesterday in some capacity for the Rams. He did not, was watching alongside in street clothes. Kyle Shanahan says that wide receiver Brandon Ayuk is on track to be back around week 6. He'll be on the PUP list to start the year. Shanahan said it even could be as late as week 10 for Ayuk's return from his torn ACL. Eagles offensive guard Landon Dickerson avoided a major knee injury after being carted off on Sunday. He's got a meniscus injury, could be back by week 1. In Green Bay, not great news about wide receiver Jaden Reed. He's in a walking boot, and Matt LaFleur says he will potentially be back by week 1. Reed has a sprained foot. Major League Baseball last night, Yankees beat the Twins 6-2. Red Sox fall to Houston 7-6. The Blue Jays were off last night. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
Shout out Fillmore there. Fillmore, yeah. Shout out Fillmore. You don't know Fillmore?
No.
Oh, man, look at you.
No, should I?
How many times have you watched Cars? I mean, 50?
My little cousin was obsessed with it when he was a little kid, but it's been 10 years, 12 years, 15 years.
That's Fillmore. That's George Carlin as the hippie love van.
Okay.
Right? I'll go with it.
I only remember Lightning McQueen, Mater, and what was the blue car? The winner. He won all the time before Lightning
King?
McQueen. The King.
Yeah.
It was just the King?
They call him the King.
Doc's
a different car.
okay, never mind.
Yeah.
All right, well, I'm glad I got one of the names.
Doc's the Hudson Hornet.
Oh, okay,
Everyone knows the Hudson Hornet.
Yep, okay.
You didn't forget Chick Hicks?
No, that's the mustache car, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Sally is okay, it's coming back to me
Sarge,
now.
Red.
Yep.
Mm-hmm. All right.
Yeah, just the King. Strip Weathers. Who was voiced by Richard Petty, apparently. I did not know that.
Yep.
Cars. Do I need to rewatch it? It was a great kids movie.
There's an underrated.
I loved it when I was,
There's an underrated line in that movie where the King wins the race. Maybe it's the very first race. And the King's wife comes over to say, congratulations on your win. And he goes, yeah, man.
Yeah.
To his wife. Yeah, man.
Uh-huh.
Like, oh. All right.
I would say Cars was probably my Michael Jordan last dance with cartoons and animated movies, animated films.
You're about to have the worst take I've ever heard, aren't you?
Like, as being like, oh, I'm a kid. This movie is out. I've got mom, dad. Can we go? I gotta go see it.
Okay.
Because I'm 10 when Cars comes out.
Okay.
So like, I'm still in right in the cartoon phase, I would say.
So how's that the Michael Jordan Last Dance?
Because I don't remember watching any of these after. Like, any of the Disney Pixar movies after that. Like, Cars would be the last one that I would say, like, that's my childhood.
Oh, you're missing out. I mean, I watched these in adulthood.
I've watched a couple in adulthood more recently. Like, what's the one with all the feelings in
Inside Out?
Inside Out. That's great.
Those are great.
Those are great.
You've never seen Encanto?
I see. So I did. Me and my wife did this in the last couple years. All these that we didn't see, let's go back and watch them. So I saw Encanto for the first time, in the last year or two.
Okay, Moana,
Brave for the first time, Moana for the first time. Yep.
All right.
Ran through all those.
Cars.
They were good. Yeah, they were good.
Cars is great.
Cars is great.
Cars is great.
But there's 5 of them now, isn't there?
There's 3 of them. The second one we don't talk about, and the third one is fine.
Second one because it wasn't good?
Yeah. The second one
stunk?
The second one's a mess.
Wow.
The second one of all I don't know.
How could you possibly screw it up?
They did.
Racing with spies.
Racing with spies and gunshots. Immediately
sounds awesome.
It starts out with guns and gunshots, and you're just all of a sudden the cars shoot each other and shoot at each other, and Michael Caine needs to be in it. Yeah, Cars 2.
Michael Caine is in it.
Yes, Michael Caine.
They try to turn it into The Dark Knight?
I mean, it's an international. It's bad. Very bad. It should be the Universal worst sequel.
Wow.
That's how bad it is. That's how bad it is. Cars 2. We watched it. We started it one time, and we're like, nope.
I mean, Iron Man 2 is a disaster of a movie. So it could. I would want to put that in the running. They rushed that one out. They didn't expect the first one to be as popular as it was. Guys, we got to get a second one out.
I've got no memory of Iron Man 2.
That's good. It was a nightmare.
Look up worst sequels.
Anchorman 2 was a disaster.
Blues Brothers 2000 was one that I loved the original, and then that movie I wanted to cry after watching.
Yeah.
Okay.
There's a Speed 2 I'm learning where they're on a boat. That's probably bad. I'd not see that.
Okay.
Too early for the new Space Jam?
I mean, is that a sequel though, or is that a remake? That's
like a reboot.
That might be reboot and sequel might be a little bit of a if it qualifies, then I would put it in there.
Dumb and Dumberer.
Oh,
I didn't even know that existed.
Yeah, I didn't see it
with the same actors.
Yeah, I don't know if I don't know.
Is Jim Carrey and Dumb and
yes?
It's called Dumb and Dumber.
It's the 2 of them again, and it's bad.
Yeah.
Wasn't aware of this.
Can't capture that magic again.
No. Movies blow now.
Yeah, movies are, well, I mean, there's lots of good movies, but
yeah,
when it comes to sequels, I mean, Cars 2.
I mean, I'm sure there's some good sequels out
Moana 2, we walked out. My son and I did. My daughter and my wife stayed.
Walked out.
Yeah, he was
because the movie was bad.
Well, I didn't think it was all that good. He was scared by a scene. He's like, I want to get out of here. I was like, all right, it's fine. Sounds great.
We're good to go.
I was losing interest. We went out for ice cream instead.
How was the Jaws sequel? We've done this before, right?
Well, there are also 4
the shark.
of them.
The shark eats a person, and then we're hunting down the shark, and then that's the story, right?
Jaws 2 is called Jaws: The Revenge.
As in the shark gets the revenge.
Presumably,
Doesn't the shark? Spoiler alert for a movie that was 50 years ago. Doesn't Jaws die at the end of the first episode? The first
whichever
movie?
one has the underwater park is a good one. I'm going with that one's good for Jaws.
Okay. Let's see. Good or bad sequel? Caddyshack 2?
Bad.
Grease 2?
I don't know.
Son of the Mask?
Probably terrible.
Probably.
Godfather 2? Zoolander 2? I know there was a Zoolander 2. Legally Blonde 2? Somehow is in this list.
It's tough.
Maybe they're all bad.
They're not all bad, but it's mostly bad. There's the occasional
Die Hard 2.
The second one is better than the first because you didn't maybe even know about the first one. I would go with that. You go like Lethal Weapon 2, Terminator 2.
The Dark Knight is a great sequel.
The Dark Knight's a great sequel.
That's probably
that
the
might
best
be
one.
All-time best one.
It's going to be tough to top for number one. Empire Strikes Back.
That's great.
Ooh.
Aliens.
I do feel like a sequel that's part of 10 movies isn't quite the same. Like Star Wars made 100 movies. The second one was... it's part of a larger story.
Well, did they know... Did George Lucas know back then that he was going to have that many films?
No.
Did he know he was going to have 3?
Probably, yes. He knew he was going to have 3. He didn't know that 30 years later he would make 3 more, and a generation would somehow think they were good.
Right.
That would be your generation that thinks that those 3 are good.
Fantastic. They're fantastic movies.
Right. Yeah. Maybe he did know that. That's why I put him out. Anyway, good morning, Jeremy and Joe. Happy Tuesday. It's Tuesday. I'm wearing an Arsenal jersey. And I will be for every day for the next 4 days to celebrate, A, the start of the Premier League season, and B, the effort to convince Owen to pick Arsenal as his favorite team.
You're working against yourself. Because and look at these brash Arsenal fans over here.
They
won nothing last year, and they're parading around like they won the title.
Those are pretty sweet. I saw Jeremy walk in with that this morning. I did get a long message from a close friend of mine who is also a Liverpool fan, Joe.
Interesting.
With lots of pictures and a lot of very convincing material. So,
yeah.
It was terrible.
The battle is on.
Listen, I would even say, though, as a Liverpool fan, I would not even try to convince you to be a Liverpool fan because they just won.
Yeah, it's tough.
And that, I just know going in, it's how do I convince somebody, hey, you should be a fan of this team that just won the championship 3 months ago?
I think there's a good...
It's a tough sell.
There's a good Bills comparison here, and that is simply this. Because when's the last time you heard the word bandwagon? The Bills have been so good.
It's been a minute.
They've been so good for so long,
Yeah.
you can't even really accuse anybody. I don't even hear anybody accusing anyone of being on the bandwagon. Is it maybe
like on the Bills bandwagon?
Yeah. When's the last time you heard someone say, these bandwagon fans? Because they've been awesome for 67 years.
Yeah.
And let's apply this same question that Owen is wrestling with about, he's going to decide to pick a Premier League team. If you had someone, I'm ready to watch the NFL, who should I pick? Are you allowed to pick the Bills? Are they too close?
No, they haven't won.
They haven't won.
Yeah, I think
so.
not.
It's okay if they haven't won.
Yes, I think if they've never won it. Especially they've never won it. But
I don't want never is.
No, I would empathize with a fan base that's never won a title before. Why did I root for Cleveland to beat the Warriors in the finals? Because they had never won one before.
Right, but a fan base that's never won a title. Have the Colts won a title? Yes. Sure. Has their fan base won a title? Was anybody alive?
I mean, it was 18 years ago.
Sorry, I forgot about that one. I was going all the way back to Super Bowl V.
Okay.
The point is...
so like the Jets, for instance.
Sure, the Jets. They have one.
Right.
Come on.
No, I would naturally, as time goes, you haven't won in 60 years. To me, that's almost the same. But if you won, if you won 10, 15 years ago, then... it's going to be a little harder for me. Why did I root for the Lions in past NFC championships? Because there's a 70-year-old season ticket holder who saw one playoff game in his life.
Right. So that would separate the Bills and the Ravens, because the Bills and Ravens are about the same team right now, living the same life.
Yes.
And the Ravens have Super Bowls.
They have two. I would if I were picking a team right now in the middle of nowhere America that's got no team, I would pick the Bills over the Ravens. And that would be part of it. The only thing might be who I like watching more between Josh Allen and Lamar Jackson.
That's probably who it comes down to for a lot of people.
Probably is the first thing, but if it's close at all, I'm probably picking the team that has never won it before versus the other team that's won it twice.
Yeah. The Lions here, a popular pick if you're going with the haven't won anything route, because they haven't won anything.
No,
nothing. That includes not a lot of playoff games in 50 years. So that's a team that's not won a lot.
That's right.
I wonder about the Bills. They've probably picked up fans internationally around the world, Australia, Italy.
Yeah.
As the NFL tries to globalize and all that, and they've been on TV a lot. The number one way to gain fans in any sport is to get on television. That's how the Braves became a mega team in the 90s. They were on television.
They're on TBS.
I had a television that had a dial, click, 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 click the dial, and it got Channel 4, which is where the Braves were when I was 12.
Yeah.
So it sounds terrible to say, but I feel like it's not that unusual. If you were of a certain age and the team you watched went to a channel that your TV didn't get, you just became a fan of a different team. That was me. I grew up watching the Mets first. Mm-hmm. Mets are on Channel 7 WWOR. Mm-hmm. And then the cable channel shuffles stuff, and I don't get the Mets anymore, and now I get the Braves. And what did I do?
You start watching the Braves?
I became a Braves fan.
Wow.
Because that's the team I can get. You couldn't sign up for Paramount Plus. It's 1991.
Uh-huh.
And the Braves got good, and they were on every night. And not a lot of teams were on every night. It might have been them and the Yankees. Maybe the Cubs. WSTN, WPIX, I don't know, old-timers.
Were the Pirates on or something?
The Pirates were not on.
No.
All this is happening in the Syracuse area, so that's where I grew up.
Right.
So...
when is that change happening for you? Then Mets are no longer on TV.
From Mets to Braves?
Yeah.
Mets went from Channel 7 to wherever they went. I just know I didn't get it.
Like, but there wasn't enough time in your childhood to build up enough where, like, I can't change now. I'm a Mets fan. Because, like, if you're 12, 13,
Maybe.
14,
I live in
15
Syracuse,
years old.
New York.
Yeah.
Close. I live in the middle of New York State. I actually went to a Mets game when I might have been 10.
Yep.
But they're not on TV anymore. If you could not,
How are you going to follow? You're listening on the radio.
If you could not see the Bills, I know, imagine that, right? You can't imagine that in today's media landscape.
No,
all of a sudden, you can't see them, and you can't get their radio games. What do you guys, like, wait for the paper every day? Like, the team I like won. I guess that's how generations did do that. But if there's a team available to you on your television, you start watching that team, especially if you just like baseball. If you like baseball, this might be something for not football, not hockey, but how are there so many Yankee fans here? Is it because they were on television?
Oh, sure.
And their moms or dads watch the Yankees, and why was that? Because they were on TV? Why is Notre Dame popular? They're on TV.
They're on TV.
That's it. Notre Dame's got a national fan base. How'd they get it? Because their games were on Sundays, Saturdays on NBC.
So I'd like to believe then is that all those Yankees, Lakers, Notre Dame, Cowboy fans, it's being evened out a little bit, maybe more these days, because now you can see anybody you want.
Yes, I think that's probably right. That the era of pick who the TV picks for me has at least has been balanced.
Yeah.
I think.
Now, if anything, like some of those teams, maybe this is how I'm geared. I don't know if everybody's geared this way, is the Cowboys are on again. I hate them. They're the worst. They're not deserving. They're on national television every other week.
Yeah, well,
so
are the Bills.
That can go the other way.
So are the Bills.
That's right.
So are the Chiefs.
But
Eagles.
the Bills, it does feel more like they've earned it more.
Oh, for sure.
Like, they are exciting to watch. They are constantly a Super Bowl contender in the last 6-7 years, whereas, like, a Dallas example or Chicago has been this forever. It just feels like you're just putting this team on because of the market size. And networks are going to do that, but that doesn't mean I'm going to enjoy it now because I've got a mid-football team in front of my face because you got to put them on every other week. And the Bills are the opposite of that. The Bills are, right, like, if a kid is becoming a fan of whatever team, I can't, especially the last couple years, I can't imagine not picking the Ravens or the Bills. Right? These two quarterbacks are they not the two most, is it arguable they're the two most exciting quarterbacks to ever watch play football? Because of the combination of running and the way they throw the ball. Like, exciting is not the best, right? Like, the running part of it, the athleticism part of it is being baked in a lot here. But, like, when I grew up, when Michael Vick is on the Falcons, everybody that was my age loved Michael Vick because he was exciting, because he was the fastest person on the field. And I have to imagine kids now are doing that with Allen and Jackson.
Yeah, I think so.
More than they're doing it with Mahomes.
Then again, Mahomes wins, and, that's exciting.
Yeah, but then you're a bandwagoner.
There's a couple quotes here from Tom Brady, who was speaking with Joel Klatt on the Joel Klatt Show.
On Fox.
Makes sense, Joel Klatt's there. Did you see the comments?
No.
It's about Mahomes, Brady. He just got a statue, Brady did. Mahomes probably will. But Brady's got a statue, and there are some quotes in here that you decide if they are nothing or if you could get Tom Brady, at a bar with a beer, what he would say about it. Mm-hmm. He's asked about the quarterbacks in the league. He's a minority owner of the Raiders, by the way, and making comments about Mahomes. Like, is that allowed? Anyway. Are there any quarterbacks he respects for how they go about their business, remind him of himself? Brady said, Mahomes.
Okay.
Only Mahomes. And what he said was, everyone wants to win, but what are the habits and the daily habits and the actionable things you need to do every day to put your team in a position to win? Patrick Mahomes, to me, is the one that does that the most often because who he is, obviously his physical talent, how he understands what he needs to do offensively, brings a consistent winning attitude to work every single day. In the biggest moments, you can depend on him. There's other guys that are still developing. They need to prove it before, in my mind, I can say he's done it. That's not saying much. They've all shown flashes of amazing things. They're all great players. All of them can make tremendous plays. At some point, they need to take the next step and take, in my mind, more ownership of what they're doing in terms of the organizational level, to do more things, to empower more people, to get more people on that train or that bus with you to head in the direction you want to go. Only Mahomes. Is that just because he won?
That's really how it feels. Like, what does he do differently? Habits and whatnot that he's talking about that he's saying Lamar or Josh don't do. Like, one thing I thought of immediately, not to criticize Mahomes for this, but what did Brady do throughout his entire career? He had a nuts nutrition plan, right? Like, where he wouldn't eat a strawberry, didn't have a beer for 15 years. Like, he was crazy about his nutrition. And do people just know Patrick Mahomes has like a weird ketchup obsession? You know this?
I did not know this.
He eats ketchup sandwiches. He puts it on mac and cheese and steak, like, all over. Like, he's got... I'm not saying he's a problem for this, but I've seen him talk about, like, going to Whataburger and stuff. So, again, like, he's fine. It's working. But I would think Brady, of all people, would be like, that's not how I did it.
He goes on. He says more. The quarterback's in many ways the CEO of the team.
Yeah.
You have to have the ability and the belief from the entire team, offensively, defensively, and how you act every day matters to all three phases of the game.
Yeah.
You don't just punch the clock. You don't just punch the clock. I did my job. I threw 40 touchdowns. Why are we not winning? What are you doing in the offseason to help your defense? What are you doing to push the personnel department, to get people doing the right thing? Are you involved in game planning? I used to do game plans. I used to walk in and say, here's the things we're doing. I used to walk in and do my own walkthroughs. I used to say, all right, guys, I don't give a bleep if the coaches want to come. We're doing our own walkthrough.
See, now that is something. I don't know if is Mahomes like that? Do people think Mahomes is like what Brady just described there? Because that is something that I wonder about Allen, if he is that way at all. Brady very much, especially at the end, became all of what that just sounded like. Like, I'm running the show here, and this is what we're doing game plan wise. And hey, you should go trade for this guy. And why does Antonio Brown go to the Patriots for 2 weeks? Because Brady wanted him. Like, you got to go get this guy. I need this type of receiver. There's a lot of that with Brady, and I don't know what Allen is like in that department these days. Like, Allen comes off as usually like one of the guys. And, 1/11th, he'll talk that way. Mm-hmm. And he leaves that up to the coaches and the personnel department. I do also have, it feeling like Kincaid and Coleman were Allen picks to some degree. So there's that. But I don't know that he's got his hands on... Do you feel like Allen's got his hands on the operation the way Brady would make it seem that he did at the end?
I don't know.
Because I don't feel that way. The way Rodgers did in Green Bay or with the Jets too.
I feel like there's a way to ask this about Allen without, again, like I don't want to sound like we're coming for him, but I had a conversation maybe at camp, after camp. The McDermott and the Bean conversation. People sometimes want to know, like, if it doesn't work, what will change? You and I were joking yesterday. Seth Walder predicts the Bills to win the Super Bowl in 2027. And I said, do they have the same coach? Do they have the same front office? Mm-hmm. Maybe, maybe not. Whatever. These are just, random predictions. I guess the question I would ask if I'm out, asking people about Allen is, do you want him to have it in him to say we need to make a change? Like at the top? Do you want that in him at all? Because I don't know that it is. Would he ever go to someone and say, McDermott's not going to get it done? Sometimes people want to talk about how the Bills could change their coach, and that's always entertained as well. I mean, if the franchise quarterback says something in an NFL franchise, that usually lands. And I don't know that Allen has that pitch, and I don't know that anybody wants him to. I'm sure there are some. It's probably a confirm your prior situation, right? If you want a new coach, you hope Allen is the one to say, this isn't good enough. And if you don't think there's a problem, you don't want that. And there's cautionary tales, of course, of quarterbacks that might have done that and not gotten away with it. But That's the only thing out of these Brady quotes about Mahomes that I think. And again, it's not like Mahomes has done that or has had to do that. He showed up with his coach and they won right away, and they're forever entrenched as all-time greats as a pair. So he never had to really do that.
No.
Not that Allen will have to, but to me that's like the elephant in the room conversation about this. Do you want him to have that trait?
Yeah, I think I do, even though I don't want him to use it yet. Is that fair to say? Like, yeah. I don't want him to use it right now. Like, I don't think there's a need for that yet. But I do want him to possess the ability to play that card if he needs to, because if they ever need to make a change or it's ever time to make a change, I don't know that anybody would make it other than him. Like, he would be the only way that it happens. I think without Allen going to the organization and saying, hey, I think it's time to make a change, I don't know that they would ever make a change. And I do not need them to fire either Sean McDermott or Brandon Beane, or have any desire to see them do that right now. But I also don't believe they should get Josh Allen's entire career if they don't win. And I don't think anybody is able to make that call except for Josh Allen, because I don't believe ownership would do it. So I think it would have to come from the quarterback. So I want him to possess that ability, yes, because he's the only one. He's the only one that it matters.
803-0550. If you have a thought on this, just kind of found our way there.
Yes, just like stumbled upon it.
Yeah. Coming up today, Kevin Fishbane of The Athletic on the Bears. The Bills go to Chicago this week to practice with the Bears and play a game against the Bears. That'll be on Sunday night, Sunday, 8 o'clock. There are no preseason games until Friday. Huge mistake, NFL. I would have watched something last night. Told you. Would have watched a game. Didn't, though. Instead, we wait till Friday for more preseason action. And contract watch continues on like 4 or 5 big names in the NFL. It'd be different if it were only Cook, wouldn't it? But we have a handful of star players that are going through this.
Right, there's still there's no update on Trey Hendrickson?
Nope.
Or anything?
Nothing on Hendrickson.
Micah Parsons?
Cam Hayward, he entered the fray late.
Right.
Cam Hayward kind of started to do it the same way that Cook did, which is, hey, you know what? Yeah, I'm holding out too. I'm holding in.
Right.
803-0550 if you want to join us. Jeremy and Joe here on WGR. There's a couple quotes here from Tom Brady, who was speaking with Joel Klatt on the Joel Klatt Show.
On Fox.
Makes sense, Joel Klatt's there. Did you see the comments?
No.
It's about Mahomes, Brady. He just got a statue, Brady did. Mahomes probably will. But Brady's got a statue, and there are some quotes in here that you decide if they are nothing or if you could get Tom Brady, at a bar with a beer, what he would say about it. Mm-hmm. He's asked about the quarterbacks in the league. He's a minority owner of the Raiders, by the way, and making comments about Mahomes. Like, is that allowed? Anyway, are there any quarterbacks he respects for how they go about their business, remind him of himself? Brady said, Mahomes.
Okay.
Only Mahomes. And what he said was, everyone wants to win, but what are the habits and the daily habits and the actionable things you need to do every day to put your team in a position to win? Patrick Mahomes, to me, is the one that does that the most often because who he is, obviously his physical talent, how he understands what he needs to do offensively, brings a consistent winning attitude to work every single day. In the biggest moments, you can depend on him. There's other guys that are still developing. They need to prove it before, in my mind, I can say he's done it. That's not saying much. They've all shown flashes of amazing things. They're all great players. All of them can make tremendous plays. At some point, they need to take the next step and take, in my mind, more ownership of what they're doing in terms of the organizational level, to do more things to empower more people, to get more people on that train or that bus with you to head in the direction you want to go. Only Mahomes. Is that just because he won?
That's really how it feels. Like, what does he do differently habits and whatnot that he's talking about that
Lamar
he's saying
or
Lamar
Allen
or
don't.
Josh don't do.
Do you want him to have it in him to say we need to make a change, like at the top? Do you want that in him at all? Because I don't know that it is. Would he ever go to someone and say, McDermott's not going to get it done? Sometimes people want to talk about how the Bills could change their coach, and that's always entertained as, well, I mean, if the franchise quarterback says something in an NFL franchise, that usually lands. And I don't know that Allen has that pitch, and I don't know that anybody wants him to. I'm sure there are some. It's probably a confirm your prior situation, right? If you want a new coach, you hope Allen is the one to say this isn't good enough. And if you don't think there's a problem, you don't want that. And there's cautionary tales, of course, of quarterbacks that might have done that and not gotten away with it. But that's the only thing out of these Brady quotes about Mahomes that I think. And again, it's not like Mahomes has done that or has had to do that. He showed up with his coach and they won right away, and they're forever entrenched as all-time greats as a pair. So he never had to really do that.
No.
Not that Allen will have to, but to me that's like the elephant in the room conversation about this. Do you want him to have that trait?
Yeah, I think I do, even though I don't want him to use it yet. Is that fair to say? Like,
yeah.
I don't want him to use it right now. Like, I don't think there's a need for that yet. But I do want him to possess the ability to play that card if he needs to, because if they ever need to make a change or it's ever time to make a change, I don't know that anybody would make it other than him. Like, he would be the only way that it happens. I think without Allen going to the organization and saying, hey, I think it's time to make a change, I don't know that they would ever make a change. And I do not need them to fire either Sean McDermott or Brandon Beane or have any desire to see them do that right now. But I also don't believe they should get Josh Allen's entire career if they don't win. Bills return to practice today, 9:30 in Orchard Park. Sean McDermott meets with the media at 9, plan to carry that live here on WGR. Josh Allen expected to speak after practice. No Matthew Stafford at Rams practice yesterday. They were expecting him to practice. He did not. It was in street clothes with his back injury. Kyle Shanahan says Brendan Ayuk is going to be out until the middle of the season, probably back around week 6, could be as late as week 10 for the 49ers receiver coming back from a torn ACL. The Eagles got away with Landon Dickerson, their starting guard, who it seemed like could be out for the season. Did not tear any of his ligaments. It's a meniscus injury, could be back by week 1. Last night, Yankees beat the Twins 6-2. Red Sox fall to Houston 7-6. The Blue Jays were off. Those are your Paddock Chevrolet sports headlines. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
So I wanted to show you something.
Okay, what do we got?
We got,
A briefcase.
yep,
Mint green with TS
Yep.
on it.
yep.
What's in it?
This is my brand new album, The Life of a Showgirl.
TS12!
Yeah.
So tomorrow, the New Heights podcast with the Kelseys drops their latest episode, and Taylor Swift will be on it.
Yes.
She's announced a new album, and she'll be on that podcast. I don't know if it happened in your house the same way it happened in my house, which was the Kelseys teased a big guest.
Uh-huh.
And my wife laid she laid this out to me, Zapruder film style, which is a dated reference. Maybe we need more modern references. Anyway, she showed me the clip out of the mystery guest, like really looked like it was going to be Taylor, and the color of the tweet and the announcement was the same color she left the stage with at the end of her show to say the next era. Anyway, the internet was sleuthing. And the internet thought, and Swifties thought, Taylor Swift's going to be on that show. And then sure enough,
She was on that show.
they dropped the teaser that they're going to do that podcast. So Taylor Swift is on the podcast with the Kelseys and dropping a new album. So there you go.
October, I think I saw.
I felt like I knew it ahead of time. My wife and all the others, the Swifties, they knew.
We had no idea. We don't listen to that podcast. Does she listen to that podcast?
Occasionally.
Okay.
Maybe. She might listen to Kylie Kelsey, Jason Kelsey's wife.
Okay.
Occasionally as well. So, there you go.
New Taylor Swift.
It'll be the
album.
most downloaded podcast in the history of podcasts. Right?
Ooh.
Most downloaded single episode ever.
I have no concept of what the record would be for that.
It's the MASH finale.
Everything is always the MASH finale. How has the MASH finale never been beaten? Still to this day.
Oh, it has.
I know it has.
By sports, yeah. So anyway, good morning, Jeremy and Joe, 803-0550. Have a couple calls here, and I want to get into Ray Davis for a second because he's come in here. Sometimes you have questions. Somebody tell me about the differences in a kicker shoe. He really had to change shoes. You have to change shoes to kick.
Is it a soccer shoe, basically?
What's the difference?
That's a good
Are the
question.
the laces on the shoe are kind of off to the side a little bit instead of on the top?
Okay.
I don't know. Butch on the east side. Hey, Butch, good morning.
Jeremy, Joe, I love both of y'all. I enjoy this show. I love MSG. Love WGR. To all the fans who listen to this radio station and who watch on TV, I love all of y'all. Let me get to it. Before I get there, though, you guys, I had two things to say, but since you talked about Taylor Swift, I'll take Hallie Allen over her any day. That's one. Number two is, let me get right to it. Y'all was just talking about Patrick Mahomes. Y'all was talking about what Brady said. I'm going to say this. If Sean McDermott's defense would have did what it was supposed to do, Josh Allen would have been in the same position or better than Patrick Mahomes. 13 seconds, whatever. Every time Josh left the field, he won. The defense let him down. I'm going to put that on the side.
That's not true, though. That's definitely not true. Allen, the last two... Listen, we don't have to do the whole only one side is responsible. The last two times Josh has left the field, he's left the field after being down and not scoring. He's not left the field the last two times with the win.
Okay, hold on. Now, let's just go back to what you just said. You said when Josh Allen left the field. I'm not talking about at the end of the game. I said by the score. He went and came back, and we was winning. The defense didn't do their job to control the win, to continue to win the game. That's my point. Now, go ahead. I'm listening to you.
I guess I just don't really understand that. If you really want to get to it, in this AFC Championship game this past season, the offense had the lead and the ball.
Right?
And the lead and the ball. And it turned it over on downs on that 4th and 1.
Okay, but that was skeptical. But at the same time, somebody closed their eyes instead of catch the ball.
Listen, I'm not blaming.
No. I respect what you're saying now. We were speaking about when you said to me, you said that's not correct. You said when Josh Allen left the field.
Yeah, he left the field trailing.
I was talking about the score. I was talking about the score. Every time Josh left the score, we might have been up 1. with the exception of last year, that was the only time. Every time Josh had opportunity.
Well, let me ask it this way, Butch. Do you agree with the GM from after the season that you would take being down by 3 with the ball in Allen's hands at the end of the game?
Yes.
Okay, then in the last 2 years, the defense did its job. Because 2 years in a row, the defense has said, here you go, Josh. Here's the ball with down 3 with a few minutes to go. But to me, that shouldn't be the bar for the defense, but that is, by saying that, you're kind of saying the defense did its job. You got Josh the ball with a chance to win the game.
I concur. I concur with that. You're right. I concur with that. I concur. I am not going to fight you on that. I concur with that. I concur with you, Jay.
All
right. Thanks, Butch. But that's why I think it's nuts to think that I would ever take being down. I know how good Josh Allen is because I think that implies the defense did its job, and nobody should think that. I don't think you should think the defense, well, maybe did its job is a different way to put it. I don't think they were good in either of the last 2 performances. But if you would take Allen with the ball down 3, then your standard for the defense has been met.
Yep.
And that just feels weird to me.
Well, let me ask you this. I mean, there's a million different you would take. Would you take having a 1-point lead and the ball?
Yes.
Well, they did that.
They did. There were 13 minutes left on the clock.
Fourth quarter, 1-point lead.
They were also in their own territory. So if they'd been moving the chains, 13 minutes could have got down to 5, and if they score, then it's game over.
Right. You could go chokehold there.
That's kind of isn't it kind of like what the regular season game was? Were they up 2?
They're up 2, and then Allen runs for a touchdown and ices the game.
Right, and it doesn't even matter.
And it's over.
What's on the clock? Yeah.
So, I don't know. Anytime we do this, you make it sound like I don't want it to sound like the offense, finger quotes, was to blame. But whatever. Going back to the Bean conversation, we've sat with Bean and Joe Brady, and one of them runs the offense and says the offense wasn't good enough. The other runs the team and says the defense wasn't good enough.
Right.
So,
I just think it would be a lot more defendable to say McDermott's got to go if the last 2 Chief playoff losses were similar to 13 seconds, where it was Josh left the field with the lead and didn't get back out there. But that's not what's happened. Josh has been out there with a chance to take the lead.
Or tie.
And
that's not, the first one's not on him, and Tyler Bass misses a kick.
If Allen, in a different universe, Allen had scored in each of those 2 instances, and then the Chiefs came down and answered to win the games, then, the pitchforks on McDermott and Bean maybe too would just be unstoppable. Mm-hmm. But I think the one small defense he might have is he had a chance. With my broken linebacker core and with Kyer Elam having to play the entire game, I still managed to get 17 the ball with a chance to win at the end. And it didn't happen. Not to Josh's fault, though. He got the ball to Kincaid's hands.
There's also one other avenue to get to this final answer, which is, and I've admitted to being here, where I'm so conditioned to expect nothing from the defense that I would take being down 3 with the ball, because I don't think I'm going to get anything better. I don't have my other play. I've got another playoff loss where they lost by 17. And while there's a whole range of outcomes about how the season could end, you could lose by 17. They lost the AFC Championship game in 2020 by multiple scores.
Yeah.
A game that was blown open early. They didn't have any answers for Mahomes in that game. The Bills might have been a little early to the party there, right? We don't think about that one as a missed opportunity, but they were up 9-0 on the road in Kansas City and then gave up 21 straight. So,
is that the biggest lead they've had?
9-0
in a Chief playoff game?
Sure.
Probably, right?
Yeah, probably. 803-0550 and 1-888-550-2550. Sean, if you can stick on the phone, we'll get to your call right on the other side. I almost want to ask, it's funny, these questions. I'm aware of what it sounds like if the local show in town asks, how many more years you want to give McBean here? How many more years you want to give McDermott and Bean on August 12th? But we also do know that is a constant, low hum that is always there. We just don't always talk about it. 803-0550. So if you want to talk about that today, we're happy to have you. 1-888-550-2550. Jeremy and Joe ahead of Hard Knocks, Episode 2 tonight.
Yes, 9 o'clock, right?
Let's do it.
I'm excited.
Yeah.
So I'm expecting like a full James Cook episode.
Let's maybe we get some nuggets out of it. And we'll get you the latest on James Cook, if there's any more, throughout this show as well, here on WGR. There's a couple quotes here from Tom Brady, who was speaking with Joel Klatt on the Joel Klatt Show.
On Fox.
Makes sense, Joel Klatt's there. Did you see the comments?
No.
It's about Mahomes, Brady. He just got a statue, Brady did. Mahomes probably will. But Brady's got a statue, and there are some quotes in here that you decide if they are nothing or if you could get Tom Brady, at a bar with a beer, what he would say about it. Mm-hmm. He's asked about the quarterbacks in the league. He's a minority owner of the Raiders, by the way, and making comments about Mahomes. Like, is that allowed? Anyway. Are there any quarterbacks he respects for how they go about their business, remind him of himself? Brady said, Mahomes.
Okay.
Only Mahomes. And what he said was, everyone wants to win, but what are the habits and the daily habits and the actionable things you need to do every day to put your team in a position to win? Patrick Mahomes, to me, is the one that does that the most often because who he is, obviously his physical talent, how he understands what he needs to do offensively, brings a consistent winning attitude to work every single day. In the biggest moments, you can depend on him. There's other guys that are still developing. They need to prove it before, in my mind, I can say he's done it. That's not saying much. They've all shown flashes of amazing things. They're all great players. All of them can make tremendous plays. At some point, they need to take the next step and take, in my mind, more ownership of what they're doing in terms of the organizational level, to do more things, to empower more people, to get more people on that train or that bus with you to head in the direction you want to go. Only Mahomes. Is that just because he won?
That's really how it feels. Like, what does he do differently? Habits and whatnot that he's talking about that he's saying Lamar or Josh don't do.
Do you want him to have it in him to say we need to make a change? Like at the top? Do you want that in him at all? Because I don't know that it is. Would he ever go to someone and say, McDermott's not going to get it done? Sometimes people want to talk about how the Bills could change their coach, and that's always entertained as well. I mean, if the franchise quarterback says something in an NFL franchise, that usually lands. And I don't know that Allen has that pitch, and I don't know that anybody wants him to. I'm sure there are some. It's probably a confirm your prior situation, right? If you want a new coach, you hope Allen is the one to say this isn't good enough. And if you don't think there's a problem, you don't want that. And there's cautionary tales, of course, of quarterbacks that might have done that and not gotten away with it. But that's the only thing out of these Brady quotes about Mahomes that I think. And again, it's not like Mahomes has done that or has had to do that. He showed up with his coach and they won right away, and they're forever entrenched as all-time greats as a pair. So he never had to really do that.
No.
Not that Allen will have to, but to me that's like the elephant in the room conversation about this. Do you want him to have that trait?
Yeah. I think I do, even though I don't want him to use it yet. Is that fair to say? Like, yeah. I don't want him to use it right now. Like, I don't think there's a need for that yet. But I do want him to possess the ability to play that card if he needs to, because if they ever need to make a change or it's ever time to make a change, I don't know that anybody would make it other than him. Like, he would be the only way that it happens. I think without Allen going to the organization and saying, hey, I think it's time to make a change, I don't know that they would ever make a change. And I do not need them to fire either Sean McDermott or Brandon Beane or have any desire to see them do that right now. But I also don't believe they should get Josh Allen's entire career if they don't win.
Today's forecast of it's going to be 90 degrees and not rain is brought to you by the sun. Maybe not 90. Real feel 89. All right, tops out 8. Oh, wait, never mind. Feels like, 90.
Yeah.
Hot again. My yard isn't just dry. This kind of weather is the kind of weather where the stuff that grows is different than grass. Mm-hmm. It's like, what happened over there? It's a drought, and you've got these weeds that are 1.5 feet tall that sprout up in 2 days because they're so drought hardy or whatever. Mm-hmm. So I went out and mowed yesterday, and I just like...
How far are we away from cactuses popping up in our yards?
That's right.
That's how it feels.
Yeah. 803-0550, Jeremy and Joe. We have a very exciting new development to introduce to you in a moment. Let's get to Sean in Lockport, though, because Sean waited through the break. Hey, Sean, good morning.
Hey, good morning, guys. First time, long time.
Thank you. Thanks for calling. Thanks for listening.
I got an idea about how to make the preseason more enjoyable to fans. Mm-hmm. They do it backwards right now, where it's like anticlimactic, where like you start with the starters and then you go to the second string, and then by the time the second half starts, it's all the practice squad. And I think they do it backwards. I think you should start the game with the practice squad out there, and then when the fourth quarter comes, that's when you work in your starters. That way you get like a 2-minute drill with the first team. Maybe you have a great comeback or something like that, and then everybody still gets the same amount of playing time.
Interesting. I hadn't thought about that before.
No.
I thought Zach made a good point yesterday on the Northtown Automotive Extra Point Show that the value of the preseason now might only be the accessibility for kids and young fans and families that maybe can't go to these games. The fact that the attendance of that game on Saturday was so significant spoke to me in that way. Like, my kids went, when are they going to go to the next game? The next preseason game? And then the next preseason game until they're 7, 8.
That's about the age, right?
But I don't want starters playing at all. That's the only problem with your plan, Sean. I don't want Ray Davis in the fourth quarter of that game. He's the second string running back. I don't want to see. No. I don't want Josh Palmer out there in the fourth quarter. I wonder what trainers would say about that. Keeping, you're warming up, you're staying loose, and then you sit for 3 hours and then play the last 30 minutes. Mm. But
what if we had like Josh Allen hitting home runs into the crowd during the breaks?
I mean, the blue and red is the answer here. You want a 2-minute drill? The blue and red does that. The blue and red's going to they'll give you a practice. You'll get to see your starters. He's wearing a red jersey. That's the blue and red.
I mean, that's why the blue and red, attendance-wise, did as well as most preseason games do, right? 40,000 people.
That's a lot.
Maybe this last preseason game did better than that, but 40,000 beats most preseason games.
This last preseason game had to be 70,000 people. I mean, it was absolutely full.
Yeah.
I don't know if there were empty seats I couldn't see, but it was absolutely loaded. Thank you for the phone call, Sean. 803-0550. If you're watching us, you can subscribe to us on YouTube, of course, where you watch us do a radio show. And we now have new cameras for the other two individuals that are here.
We do. Yes.
Josh and Owen have cameras now.
They have their own cams. Yeah.
Are you excited?
We've made it.
You made it.
Yeah, we made it
here.
to the big stage. We're back.
You can see our other two beautiful studios in here.
Yeah. Now you can see two more people that wake up before the sun and come in here and put on hats
Yeah.
We're quad boxing this.
Quad box.
Wow.
Got it going.
Look at this quad box.
We need something on the wall behind you, Owen.
I know.
Like,
it actually really made me think about how bland my little box in here is.
You have the most potential to decorate, too.
I know. I got these.
You have the most wall space.
Begging for it. These tack walls that I've got in here.
There's only one answer. I think what you should get is the you buy it like at the sporting goods store, the hockey goalie that goes in the net. You just put that up.
The shooter tutor.
Yes, the shooter tutor. Yes. I think that's the only correct answer is to put the shooter tutor behind you.
I thought you were going to tell me to put up some Arsenal shrine.
Well, I mean, you could do that too.
Putting up a flag of whatever team he ends up picking this week.
That's exactly what I'm going to do.
Oh, wow. Yeah.
A scarf. That's like the big thing over there,
scarves,
right? The scarves,
yeah.
The scarf, the shooter tutor. Mm-hmm. I did send you guys a picture
we could put our own scarves of our teams behind all of us. That's an idea.
It seems a little bit like
that's too much.
It's a little overkill, I think. I mean, there's a lot of stuff we could put behind us.
The house divided flags. If you ever see those, it's like basically that.
Yeah,
it's true.
Well, they're there. There's Owen. There's Josh.
Yep.
What's
up? What's up, bullpen?
Quad boxing it. What's up? And I mean, the presentation on this is just off the charts. You got to subscribe and watch on YouTube because the ribbons separating us on the quad box that say Odyssey
very official
and the red and black
that?
kind of gradient. Oh, it's very nice.
Very official.
Very nice. All right. I'll get trivia or something. So something where we can all contribute to this segment because now that we have 4 cameras, like, here we are. What's up there? Is that a...
Yeah, I'm trying to figure. There's a towel up there.
It's a towel from the blue and red.
Well, here goes here goes my mic. But
that's from last season.
That
isn't
is the towel we got at the end of last season. That's got Billy Buffalo planted on there, some chicken wings.
Okay.
Shout out to Ticketmaster.
I didn't know what "There Goes My Mic" meant until I watched it on the 3-second delay. Right. His microphone fall from the
Let's
sky.
go ahead and make a GIF of that and be like day 1 with the quad box.
Every once in a while, we'll be talking, and then all of a sudden I hear this loud noise, and he just drops his mic.
Yep.
Yeah. Sometimes these just come like unscrewed on their own. All right. 803-0550 on the Bills. Tuesday, August 12th. I don't know what day is it?
It is August 12th.
Hard Knocks.
Fantasy football season is upon us, too. It's the fantasy marathon this week on ESPN.
All right. I'm into that.
You got to have a draft this weekend, right?
James Cook, RB13.
Everyone get a draft this weekend.
I have a small James Cook fantasy football rant. It's a very small rant.
A rant about it?
Little small. I decide how mad I want to be about it.
All right. Mini rant.
Maybe I'll give that to you. 803-0550, Jeremy and Joe and Josh and Owen and all joining you on the stream here. If you jump on the YouTube stream, subscribe, like, hang out, drop a comment, call in here on WGR. Do you want him to have it in him to say we need to make a change, like at the top? Do you want that in him at all? Because I don't know that it is. Would he ever go to someone and say, McDermott's not going to get it done? Sometimes people want to talk about how the Bills could change their coach, and that's always entertained as, well, I mean, if the franchise quarterback says something in an NFL franchise, that usually lands. And I don't know that Allen has that pitch, and I don't know that anybody wants him to. I'm sure there are some. It's probably a confirm your prior situation, right? If you want a new coach, you hope Allen is the one to say this isn't good enough. And if you don't think there's a problem, you don't want that. And there's cautionary tales, of course, of quarterbacks that might have done that and not gotten away with it. But that's the only thing out of these Brady quotes about Mahomes that I think. And again, it's not like Mahomes has done that or has had to do that. He showed up with his coach and they won right away, and they're forever entrenched as all-time greats as a pair. So he never had to really do that.
No.
Not that Allen will have to, but to me that's like the elephant in the room conversation about this. Do you want him to have that trait?
Yeah. I think I do, even though I don't want him to use it yet. Is that fair to say? Like, yeah. I don't want him to use it right now. Like, I don't think there's a need for that yet. But I do want him to possess the ability to play that card if he needs to, because if they ever need to make a change or it's ever time to make a change, I don't know that anybody would make it other than him. Like, he would be the only way that it happens. I think without Allen going to the organization and saying, hey, I think it's time to make a change, I don't know that they would ever make a change. And I do not need them to fire either Sean McDermott or Brandon Beane, or have any desire to see them do that right now. But I also don't believe they should get Josh Allen's entire career if they don't win.
There's a couple quotes here from Tom Brady, who was speaking with Joel Klatt on the Joel Klatt Show
On Fox.
Makes sense, Joel Klatt's there. Did you see the comments?
No.
It's about Mahomes, Brady. He just got a statue, Brady did. Mahomes probably will. But Brady's got a statue, and there are some quotes in here that you decide if they are nothing, or if you could get Tom Brady, at a bar with a beer, what he would say about it. Mm-hmm. He's asked about the quarterbacks in the league. He's a minority owner of the Raiders, by the way, and making comments about Mahomes. Like, is that allowed? Anyway. Are there any quarterbacks he respects for how they go about their business, remind him of himself? Brady said, Mahomes.
Okay.
Only Mahomes. And what he said was, everyone wants to win, but what are the habits and the daily habits and the actionable things you need to do every day to put your team in a position to win? Patrick Mahomes, to me, is the one that does that the most often, because who he is, obviously his physical talent, how he understands what he needs to do offensively, brings a consistent winning attitude to work every single day, and the biggest moments, you can depend on him. There's other guys that are still developing. They need to prove it before, in my mind, I can say he's done it. That's not saying much. They've all shown flashes of amazing things. They're all great players. All of them can make tremendous plays. At some point, they need to take the next step and take, in my mind, more ownership of what they're doing in terms of the organizational level, to do more things to empower more people, to get more people on that train or that bus with you to head in the direction you want to go. Only Mahomes. Is that just because he won?
That's really how it feels. Like, what does he do differently? Habits and whatnot that he's talking about that he's saying Lamar or Josh don't do. Bills return to practice today. No more St. John Fisher, so one Bills drive, Orchard Park, for practice. They will practice at 9:30. Sean McDermott meets with the media at roughly 9 a.m. We plan to carry that live here on WGR. Josh Allen will talk after practice, and we'll have that on demand later in the day. Matthew Stafford was supposed to practice in some capacity for the LA Rams yesterday, at least doing individual drills. He did not. He was in street clothes, did not participate in anything for LA. Kyle Shanahan says that wide receiver Brandon Ayuk could be out as late as week 10, but is on track to be back around week 6. But the PUP list for Ayuk to start the season. Jaden Reed in Green Bay, wide receiver, is in a walking boot, has a sprained foot. His coach said he will potentially be ready by week 1. Eagles guard Landon Dickerson avoided a major knee injury after being carted off. He has a meniscus injury and could be back by week 1 for Philadelphia. The Browns released an updated depth chart after their preseason game over the weekend, and Shadur Sanders was still listed as their number 4 quarterback on that depth chart. Baseball last night, Blue Jays were off. Yankees won over Minnesota. Red Sox fall to Houston. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
If you tell me next year, I'll sign up for it, be in the AFC Championship game, down 3 with 3 whatever to go in the game, and we got number 17, I'll sign up for that again.
That was Bills GM Brandon Beane, end of season last year.
I don't believe him. Because that would say that...
It depends. Listen, if you're going to use that, what's the score? 17-14? Now you can't be mad at the defense. 42-39? Now you're mad at the defense.
Like,
but
taking that
the
again
game
is,
scenario
I will
is
take
the
same game, which they've admitted through their actions and said it. The defense wasn't good enough.
Well, I guess the middle ground is, of course, that you would take it because you like your chances, even if it hasn't worked the last 2 years. I'd still like my chances. That doesn't mean I can't get better.
That doesn't mean also they can win. And I'm not saying that I'm not confident that they could win the game with Allen having the ball. I'm not settling for anything less than the lead. If we're playing the would you take game, which I know doesn't really, mean anything, but the would you take game, I'm never, ever, ever taking anything that isn't the lead. The Bills get the ball in the AFC Championship game against the Chiefs, and they have 1st and 10 at their own 25-yard line. Mm-hmm. Their win probability at that point in time, when they get the football, is 37%. You can win that.
You're good.
That's not 0. It's not 2%. It's 37. But I'm an underdog. If I have the ball, 75 yards to go, 3 minutes to play, down 3. So I'm not saying you can't win it. I'm not signing up for 37%.
What's their win percentage on 4th and 1 before the QB sneak gets stuffed?
So that's earlier in the quarter.
It's like 52 maybe. They have the ball up 1.
It's 4th and 1. 50.2.
50.2.
50.2 with the ball.
Coin toss.
13:01 remaining.
If they get a first down there, I bet it goes up to 54, something like that.
They get stopped, and it goes down.
But here's the thing.
Well, not much. I mean, Kansas City only goes to 52.4. Like, really, that play at the time, it only changed 3%.
It's a 1-point game. That's the thing.
That's
like
why,
if the Bills, if the Bills had scored a touchdown, if they'd scored a touchdown on that drive, are they going for 2? We would debate it. That would have been
I would have loved to see what they would have done.
Right, would have been very bold. Anyway, whatever. That would you take game. There's more than just that question though, because there's context. If you have the number 1 offense in football versus the number 7 offense versus the number 22 offense, if your quarterback's a freak show, if you have a matchup they can't stop. Think back to the 13 seconds game. Would you have taken the ball down 3 with a minute left? Yes, because they can't cover Gabe Davis. Right? Like the game script is going to tell a little bit of the story as well. And in the 13 seconds game, of course, Allen's unstoppable. Would you take down 3 minutes to go in Buffalo? Would it be different if it's the Chiefs? Would it be different if it's the Ravens? Would it be different if it's the Dolphins? Like this year, I'm trying to think, their come-from-behind wins this year. This year at Highmark, tied late in the game. They took the ball, and they got a long Tyler Bass field goal. In that moment, they weren't exactly great, but they got the job done. Mm-hmm. I don't know. If you're asking me would I take down 3 with the ball with 3 minutes left this year, I think it's hard to say no, only because while you say it's a 37% win probability or whatever, there are also possibilities where I get the ball and I'm down 4 or 7 or 9. Mm-hmm. And that might be that I'm just beaten down by the Chiefs, like we always are. Mm-hmm. Who are they playing? Are they playing Denver in the championship game? Denver might have the best defense in football this year. There's so many variables to kind of just use that as would you take it, that I do think it's kind of hard to say no. Would I rather something else? Of course. Down 3. Here you go.
Well, I guess part of it is for me is I don't believe they would. They're so rarely down 7, 8, 9, right? Like they don't get beat bad.
It doesn't happen
ever.
So I guess the question I would ask you this: if I were to tell you it's the AFC Championship game, the Bills are home, they're down 3 with 3 minutes left. It's the Bengals, though. Would you take it? Is that
They're
different?
down 3 minutes to go, and it's the Bengals.
It's everything that we just saw in the AFC Championship game, except instead of the Chiefs, it's the Bengals. Would you take it?
Yes, I would take that.
Why?
Because that's a huge Spagnuolo versus the Bengals defense.
But
yeah, I'm confident they're scoring.
That's fine. You can be confident they're scoring. Of course, the difference is the exact same game is played out. The exact same points against, like without making it 52-49.
Right.
It's just a game. Like games are played, and you feel kind of good about it. But instead of Spagnuolo, instead of Chris Jones ruining your life, it's maybe Trey Hendrickson,
and maybe he's living in my head, Spagnuolo. But he is he's living rent free in my head of. I'm down 3, and if that dude is calling plays on the other side of the field, I have to believe he's got something cooked up for me that I'm not going to see coming because he hasn't put it on film, or he's waiting. It's maybe I'm giving him too much credit, but yeah, I'm afraid of him. I don't want to go up against him down 3. I don't care, and Allen. That's the thing. That sounds like I don't have a belief in Allen can overcome that, because I do think he can. And what's amazing to me is he did do it twice in the same year. 4th down situations, once in the regular season, once in the playoffs.
He gave them something they didn't expect.
Steve Spagnuolo won the play call. Blew it out, too. He won that play call in the regular season where he threw him off thinking that it was man coverage, and it wasn't. It was zone.
Yep.
And Allen, anyways.
He made the play.
Made the play anyways. And in that final play, that is the best play call defensively maybe of the year. 2 free rushers at Josh, going at him from the side he likes to roll out to. And Josh sees it late and still heaves a ball down the field to his tight end. Twice, that dude called the perfect play, and Allen, anyways, either scored or gave his guy a chance to make the play. So it's not a disbelief or a distrust in Allen. It's I don't want to go up against that guy. Down 2 years in a row, they've had those situations. So no, I would need the lead just to feel truly confident. I would need the lead.
803-0550. We're going to call in here. David and Wilson's on the line. Good morning, David.
Hey, good morning. Hey, good morning, guys. A couple of things I wanted to talk about. First and foremost, well, not foremost, but first thing is I think one of the things we need to do here before the season starts is find a way to trade Curtis Samuel, because his cap hit with what he's bringing to the team does not coincide. And right now, we actually have the least amount of cap out of any team in the league. I believe we're negative 600. Mm-hmm. And we need to have some cap space, God forbid, knock on wood, we have an injury somewhere to make a move just to be able to bring somebody in. And I feel like that is the one person that I can see on this team that we can replace with Tyrell Shavers, or honestly maybe even Gabe Davis in free agency if they didn't feel comfortable. They want to carry 6 or 5. And then the other thing is, I think when it comes to McDermott, he needs to find a way when it comes into those final minutes of a game to be able to manage the game in a much better way. Because when I think back to last season, the game that sticks out to me is the Texans game, in which we throw the ball 3 times within our own 10-yard line, and we give the ball right back to the Texans. They march down and get a field goal. And it's in that situation, it's that should never happen. You should run the football at least the first 2 plays and then throw it on the third. It's those type of game situations. I always feel I get the nervousness of oh crap, because I feel like they feel that same nervousness, and it's shouldn't have that. It's not at this point. I've been hoping he grows out of that. If we see those same situations again this year, I'm not the biggest hey, McDermott has to go, but in that type of situation, it's if we don't bring in another coach to oversee, hey, be able to feed him game management wise, or hey, there's better chance to run on this play, or be able to manage that time and that clock at the end. I feel like that's what's harmed us quite a bit in many years, So that's just what I wanted to bring in today. You guys have a good one. Thank you.
Thanks, David. Going back to that Houston game, McDermott caught a lot of grief for that, not just from Bills fans, but that was, that was an ESPN kind of let's laser focus in on how the Bills lost the game. The Elias Sports Bureau says a team with this blah, 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 never lost in regulation. There was so little time left. There's also the context to reality that did McDermott call the pass plays? Wasn't it Brady that would have called pass plays, or Allen liking a look and throwing it down the field instead of he was not the one that made them throw 3 incomplete passes. Of course, passing the ball that day was very difficult. Allen ends with 9 completions. So, that Houston game, if we're going back to that one, that's to me an example of there's a lot of different ways you could say they lost it. You could blame McDermott. I think you could blame the fact that their receivers they had no Shakir that day, right? He's hurt.
That's right.
And it's Mac Hollins and what? Coleman had a big catch.
Yeah. I pulled up I thought I remembered this right. From that game, after Allen throws it incomplete to Mac Hollins down the field on 2nd and 10, the camera goes to McDermott on the sidelines. He's walking up the sidelines, and he's talking into his headset, and it's pretty easy to see. Like, he's saying, we should be going for the first down. So maybe he was okay passing the ball, but I don't know that he was like, what are we chucking the ball 40 yards down the field to Mac Hollins for? So he looked frustrated when that situation was unfolding. And on the cap question, real quick, I wondered this too. Joe Marino talked about this with us a couple weeks, or maybe it was a month ago now, that they've got to do something. They have $5 million. They're $5 million below the next team. So this is maybe where SpotTrack has a little bit of a disparity from what the real
above the next
cap
team
says.
Below in space.
Below in space. They're minus 600 on the cap. So 600,000. I do think they have to do something to clear up a couple million. I have no idea though what that's going to be.
Extend James Cook.
Maybe that could be it.
That is one spot. If we could bring up James Cook for one moment. That is maybe, and there aren't that many spots he has leverage. That's one.
Mm-hmm.
My cap hit is 5.2, and an extension gets me down.
Yeah.
5.7.
5.7, yeah.
His cap hit is 5.7. You want to get under the cap? Extend Cook. And that might be another part of this that's frustrating for Bean. Like, I'm ready to be under the cap. The deal's on the table. It's got this guaranteed. Here's your cap hit in year 1. It's 2.4 or whatever.
Wow.
And we do what we need to do to get under the cap.
Well, does Cook have a little bit of leverage there
That's
that we haven't thought about
the only leverage
before?
he might have.
Like, hey, your plan here to be cap compliant and to have this little bit of flexibility to do things is reliant on signing me.
Right.
So
that's
all right,
one thing that Rousseau had. Rousseau had a little bit of that too. When we're thinking about, the order of the deals, how do they get signed? Rousseau was an example of, well, they'll extend him and his cap hit will drop. Rousseau's cap hit this year is 5.8. It's below Epinesa.
The other thing they could do, by the way, they could extend Connor McGovern, who's got $9.3 million on the cap this year.
Right, but McGovern is going to want to get paid.
Yeah?
Yeah. Yes. Starting center.
Paid what? Like how much? Like highest paid center in the league?
I don't know about that, but he's going to want to get. I think he's got a case to make for a raise. I mean, $7 million for him right now. He signed as a guy was going to be a guard, moved to center. He is 28 years old.
Okay,
centers play for a long time.
There are right now 6 centers in the league that make $10 million plus in the NFL. Creed Humphrey is at the top with $18 million.
Yeah, and he's making 7.
He's making 7.
So, I don't know if he's going to want. If he's going to want to double that. We can't
really like other than extensions. I don't know what they would do. I would love for them to trade Curtis Samuel. I don't know how likely or believable that is. The Dawson Knox number is really big. Do they want to just spread that out now? They could do that, I guess. The guys they could cut, there's really nobody on that list. You could cut. No, there really isn't. Trubisky. Trubisky is the guy you could cut and save $2.5 million.
On the idea of trading Samuel, we sure about that? We're just going to turn that over to Tyrell Shavers, who's had a nice preseason. He has a nice preseason a lot. I mean, Samuel just doesn't play.
What do you think you're really losing in Samuel is the question.
I know.
I'd like for him to be healthy and to factor into this offense. But I think They have him right now in a yak player in Shakir, and I think they have him in a man beater in Josh Palmer. Right?
I guess.
He's kind of my backup to both. So I don't know what I'm really missing out on there for Samuel. So, sure, it's the 5th spot on the depth chart. It's special teams. It's Shavers is going to be my Keon Coleman ex-receiver backup, right? Like, that's another part of this. If Coleman were to ever go down, Shavers is playing his spot, and if Shavers isn't with you anymore, I don't know who that guy is. It's just a backup spot, but I don't know. I wouldn't know who to tell you. If Shavers got claimed by another team and Coleman goes down with injury, am I playing Josh Palmer at the X? That'd be a question for, Matt Harmon maybe. I don't know.
803-0550. Dan in Raleigh is up next. Good morning, Dan.
How are you guys?
We're good.
Good.
Just a quick James Cook one. I get it. It's business. Man's got to worry about himself. All that. I understand that. But I was listening, Jeremy, to your pod with Ostrowski and Locked On Bills guy.
Joe Marino, yeah.
Yep, Marino. And Ostrowski talking about how without him there, yes, he's going to meetings, whatever, but it changes the way practices are done with Cromer, the blocking scheme, different backs, blah, blah, blah. At what point, again, dude, I get it. It's all business. He's got to worry about him, blah, blah, blah. But, if the Baltimore game, let's face it, is probably about the most important game of the year, the first week. If he's not there, I'm looking at it, I sat there with my calendar open. If he's not at practice the Monday after the last preseason game where he's there for 2 full weeks of practice, now I get it. It's business. But now he's really, I think, impacting the team or chances in the whole friggin' year. And God bless him. I hope he gets his money. But if he's not in by that Monday, then I'm kind of going to be a little salty at him.
Yeah.
So that's where I'm at.
Yeah, thanks, Dan. To that point, I have to make this side of it without even taking a side. If you don't like that, the Bills could just pay him. Just give him what he wants. If you want, there are 2 ways I guess there are 3 ways for this to be over. The Bills to say, here, fine. Cook to say, here, fine. Or there to be a meeting in the middle. And I almost want to treat this contract negotiation like I like to treat top guy on our board. Mm-hmm. The Bills will tell us their version of what happened, and let's say a deal gets done today. Bean can say, and it doesn't, again, without saying anybody's lying, this was the deal on the table for the last month, and we'll say, Cook wasted his time. But maybe there's something in there that was one small concession, and the number is the same, but the guaranteed number is different. Yeah, we had 3 for 33 on the table for the last month, but $2 more million came in guaranteed, or a roster bonus got moved to this bonus. And I don't want to just assume that when this comes to an end, it will be because the Bills won and never budged. But I also want to point out that it is in their interest to say that. You can't, as a negotiator, Joe, publicly say, yeah, this guy started skipping practices and we hated it, so we decided to give him more money. Because the Bills have to represent strength. They have to represent how they are so resolute that we don't negotiate like that. That won't work here, even if it works a little bit. If he wasn't doing this, if he didn't tweet out $15 million, this is, again, we don't get to see behind the curtain all the way, even though Hard Knocks is on tonight. If he didn't tweet out $15 million, is their offer $1 million lower than it currently is? I don't know. Or
is nothing different?
Nothing might be different.
Maybe nothing's different.
The only thing that might be different is that we don't sit here and say he thinks he's worth 15.
Right, and then we're completely guessing at what he's asking for.
That
we might think it's higher. Barkley getting 20, we might think, well, he might be asking for 17.
Could be.
He's not asking you to be the highest paid running back in the league, 17.
It really is, even though it's not that important that he tweeted it. The only piece of the negotiation we actually have is that.
It's
he tweeted this. Which is why people continue to go to it. So I know, Dan. I get it. I'm with you. I understand that Baltimore game. He's important, and that game is important. I don't know how it all ends. I really don't.
Diana Rossini was just tweeting about it, or tweeted a video out about it, and she says she thinks it ends up around where the Kyron Williams deal was, maybe $1 million or $2 million more.
Okay. If he gets $1 million or $2 million more, did he win?
She also just thought, but this one's tough to predict because it's been bizarre. The Bills have never had a situation like this. She's going to the context of it. So I don't know how confident she sounds in that, but she says maybe around the Williams deal. Which I think is everyone's expectation anyway, isn't it? Right? If it wasn't around the Kyron Williams deal, if it was $2-3 million below it, it would be stunning. If it was $4-5 million above it, it would be stunning.
You mean per, not
per year? Sorry, per year.
Yep.
Between 11 and 13 million per year. Wouldn't everyone be surprised if it was outside that range?
Yeah, I think so.
So I don't know how much it is to say around the Williams deal. I think everybody expects it to be around the Williams deal. But then it's what, and this could be what the holdup is over. It's not just the APY. It's what are they offering guaranteed? What's the term on the deal? There's going to be a lot more into it, incentives and whatnot.
Again, think of it. I just to a fault always think this way. Who are the Bills' number one targets in unrestricted free agency? I know the guys they got. They might have been some of their top targets. Who's the guy they really wanted they didn't get? We don't know.
Except for J.D. McKissick.
That's right.
The one time we found out. Yeah.
Yeah. J.J. Watt, they wanted him, maybe?
Yep. Didn't Zach Ertz say that they once wanted him?
Maybe.
I think he said that.
It's just the kind of this is true of the Bills, true of so many teams. They're so good at controlling the message that you kind of have to take all of it for, all right, that's their side of the story. There's probably other sides. And a contract negotiation like this to me is a lot like the draft board. 803-0550. I never get to see the draft board, so I'll take your word for it, but I'm always going to have in the back of my head, well, maybe there were other scenarios. Maybe something happened that you didn't want to happen. Mm-hmm. Maybe you're ready to take a guy with the 38th pick, and then bang, he gets snagged at 37, and you think, uh-oh, and you try to trade down, and you can't, and you just take a guy. Mm-hmm. And then you say about that guy, we loved him. That's the draft. That's not just the Bills. That's just everybody. Or that's just me and my cynical kind of look at all of it. I don't try to be cynical with it. It's just I know what I don't know. And I think it's important to know what you don't know. A couple more calls on this. 803-0550, 1-888-550-2550. Maybe it ends today. Diana Rossini saying...
this was not your James Cook rant, by the way?
No, it's not really much of a rant. It's a fantasy football point. Give us a ring. Join us on the YouTube stream. You can subscribe to the WGR 550 YouTube channel. You can like the page. You can like the broadcast, whatever. We got to get Josh and Owen back on camera. I feel like that's good for us. Get them back on the feed.
I agree.
We can go quad box now. We got to have some sort of debate with the quad box. We got to have segments that simply justify using our new quad box ability.
Quad segments.
Which on the radio sounds just like four of us talking like we always have.
Right, on the radio it's no different.
Jeremy and Joe on WGR. All right. I'll get trivia or something. So something where we can all contribute to this segment, because now that we have 4 cameras, like, here we are. What's up there? Is that a...
Yeah, I'm trying to figure. There's a towel up there.
It's a towel from the blue and red.
Well, here goes here goes my mic. But
that's from last season.
That
isn't
is the towel we got at the end of last season. That's got Billy Buffalo planted on there, some chicken wings.
Okay.
Shout out to Ticketmaster.
I didn't know what "There Goes My Mic" meant until I watched it on the 3-second delay. Right. His microphone fall from the
Let's
sky.
go ahead and make a GIF of that and be like day 1 with the quad box.
Every once in a while, we'll be talking, and then all of a sudden I hear this loud noise, and he just drops his mic.
Yep.
Yeah. Sometimes these just come like unscrewed on their own. On the idea of trading Samuel, like, we sure about that? We're just going to turn that over to Tyrell Shavers, who's had a nice preseason. He has a nice preseason a lot. I mean, Samuel just doesn't play. That's
what do you think you're really losing in Samuel is the question.
I know.
I'd like for him to be healthy and to factor into this offense. But I think they have him right now in a yak player in Shakir, and I think they have him in a man beater in Josh Palmer. Right?
I guess.
He's kind of my backup to both. So I don't know what I'm really missing out on there for Samuel. So, sure, it's the 5th spot on the depth chart. It's special teams. It's Shavers is going to be my Keon Coleman ex-receiver backup, right? Like, that's another part of this. If Coleman were to ever go down, Shavers is playing his spot, and if Shavers isn't with you anymore, I don't know who that guy is. It's just a backup spot, but I don't know. I wouldn't know who to tell you. If Shavers got claimed by another team and Coleman goes down with injury, am I playing Josh Palmer at the X? That'd be a question for, Matt Harmon maybe. I don't know. Bills return to practice today, 9:30 in Orchard Park. Sean McDermott meets with the media at 9 a.m. Plan to carry that live here on WGR. Josh Allen speaks after practice. Kyle Shanahan says Brandon Ayuk is on track to be back around week 6. So the Niners receiver is going to miss the start of the year. Matthew Stafford's supposed to practice in some capacity yesterday. He did not and was off to the side watching practice. The Eagles got away with guard Landon Dickerson not having a season-ending injury. He had a meniscus injury, could be on track to be back for week 1. Jaden Reed, wide receiver in Green Bay, also potentially going to be back by week 1. He has a sprained foot and has been in a walking boot. Yankees beat the Twins last night 6-2. Red Sox fall to Houston 7-6. The Blue Jays were off. Those are your Paddock Chevrolet sports headlines. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
I think the number that makes sense is probably right around Williams, if not maybe $1 million or $2 million more. The only reason why this one is slightly bizarre to me is if you just look at the Buffalo Bills history, and, Brandon Beane even said it. He's been there 9 years. They've never dealt with anything like this.
It's a good track record for the Bean Man.
It's quite the track record, right? Because it just tells you how they conduct business. They approach it fairly. But I do think it says something that this is happening when historically this hasn't been the Bills in the last decade. They like re-signing their players and getting it done and keeping the distractions away from their team. I think this is something they work out. I'm not overly concerned. It's just when, right? Because now we're at that time.
Diana Rossini, the latest on James Cook. They do want to get it done. They just haven't come to the number yet. But they do want to get it done.
Okay.
Right? We know that. Bean said that.
There's wanting to get it done, and there's how badly you want to get it done. If you were desperate to get it done, then it would be done. You would give him what he wanted. Right?
True. Yes.
So it's how much do you want?
803-0550 and 1-888-550-2550. So, hey, it's Jeremy and Joe.
By the way, none of this holdout stuff is affecting James Cook's fantasy value in any way. The fantasy community is not worried about him missing week 1.
They are worried about him regressing on touchdowns?
Yes. But his draft stock has not fallen at all as his hold-in has started or continued. Yeah, no, it's the expectation that he'll go from like 16 touchdowns to like 9.
Yeah. I understand fully the concept of regression in both directions. This guy scored 16 touchdowns. I bet he doesn't do that again. This guy only scored 2. I bet it's more. And Cook has been on both edges, right? 2 years ago,
back-to-back years.
2 years ago, he scored 2.
Right.
Like, I bet he gets more. How's 16? I bet he gets less. Right. Fewer. Whatever.
Well, because last year, he's RB8. He finishes as the 8th best running back in fantasy with 16 touchdowns. So I think we know what his ceiling is. You know that's the best case scenario. He's not going to finish in the top 8 unless there is some dramatic spike in how much Josh Allen throws to him, or I mean, his efficiency could even go up. Like maybe the Bills give him 100 more carries or something. Like, unless something drastic like that happens, you know he's not a top 8 running back. And I think that is where everyone is now settling in, is you can't pick him as one of the top 10 running backs. Yep. Because unless basically to do that, he's got to have 15, 16 touchdowns. And that's going to be almost impossible for him.
Brad in Pennsylvania is up next. Hey, Brad, good morning.
Morning, guys. Hey, good content, by the way. Hey, this signing of Cook, I think, like you guys pointed out, they want to sign him. But Bean pointed it out on your show when he was on your guys' show that they can't sign everyone. Those 3 interior offensive linemen, they have to sign at the end of this year. Well, Torrance, he has 1 more year, but you want to get him signed next summer to get that discount. So the way I look at it, who's more important, those 3 offensive linemen or James Cook? Because if they sign James Cook, they're losing one of those, either McGovern or Torrance. They're going to lose if they sign James Cook. I believe that to be the case. And I know, Jeremy, you say, you can sign everyone. The cap isn't real. But I think in this case, I can't see them signing all 4 players, the 3 offensive linemen and Cook. And one more thing, guys. I joined late, so if this was already covered, forgive me. Which would you rather have? AFC Championship game. We're playing Kansas City. 2.5 minutes left. Josh is down by 5 points, has the ball at his own 20. Or Mahomes is down by 5, 2.5 minutes left, and he's at his own 20. I take Josh Allen all day, every day. Again, thanks for the content, guys. Have a great day. I'll hang up and listen.
Thanks, Brad. It's funny. I think what you're representing there is something that we all feel as 13 seconds being our origin story. Fair?
Yes.
We watched that game, and we have watched since. The Bills do not stop them, which is why in the game that was here, when Bass missed the kick, I wasn't mad at Bass because I thought this going through won't matter. That doesn't mean it's correct, but the origin story of this existence between these 2 franchises is a game in which no one stopped anyone, and the only reason it actually ended was because of a coin toss. And I never get out of that mindset. That's probably the origin story for why Bean and I would have argued about his need for defense and me saying, just go get points. Nobody stops anybody. Like I said, I'm not saying that I have to be right about that. That's where I was born. That day, I was born into you're never going to stop them. And of course you should try. Of course you should want to be better at it. But does that make sense?
It does. I also want to push against that. I want to fight against that. I want the points. I want the lead. And I know that game happened and that it existed and that their defense did not look good in either of their last 2 playoff games, but I want the 5-point lead. I always want the 5-point lead. Yep. And it almost doesn't matter for me. Almost does it. Like it does, but what their defense is going into that game. But the Chiefs are not anyways the same as they were in that game, right? Like why that game happens, why the 13 seconds scenario happens at the end is because Tyreek Hill ran away from them all. He caught the ball over the middle of the field, and sprinted past the entire Bills defense. And the Bills, the next time the ball was in Mahomes' hand, even though there was nothing left on the clock, how did they play defense?
They were afraid
like
of that.
They were scared to death that Hill was going to break loose again and win the football game. That's how they play defense. And not to say I'm not afraid of them at all, but that guy doesn't play for them anymore. If he's not if he's not on that team, okay, on that day, the Bills win that football game. There are not many times you could say that. The Bills done a great job of defending Tyreek Hill in McDermott's career. But if Tyreek Hill is not on that football team, the Chiefs don't win that football game. Even with prime Travis Kelce.
Sure, but
he's the only reason the Bills are playing defense the way they were at the end.
Right. But, I mean, like, if he's not on that team, why would we do that exercise? He is on that team. He's a big part of why they were.
But he's not now.
No, that's right. The Bills traded out of the first round and let them get the other fast guy. That's definitely not Tyreek Hill, but has lit them up. Can I do that? Worthy? He's not lit them up, but he's
looked good.
He's been a problem for them. Has he not been their biggest problem?
Last year, he was their biggest problem.
Yeah, it's only been 1 year.
Kelce didn't do anything against them, certainly.
Well,
so I don't know. Like I want the lead. I always want the lead.
Yeah,
especially if you're making it 5, I always want the lead.
5 for sure.
Yeah.
Lit them up strong. He didn't light them up, but he certainly had some success.
It was really only the first half in the first game.
First half in the first game,
and he didn't do much in the second half.
But the playoff game, he had a touchdown. He made plays.
They got him one-on-one.
They schemed him, and they beat you.
They moved him. The touchdown they scored, remember, they moved him to get him on Hamlin, and it was just good night. Like, there was no chance in hell that Hamlin was covering him.
To the cap isn't real thing, which I don't live in a cap isn't real. I do live in I think the general understanding of the cap is sometimes, I think people get it wrong. Because you only pay the bill on guys you move on from before you expect to.
Mm-hmm.
You don't have to pay the bill for dead cap if the guy just plays out his contract. And there's also going to be positional value here. So to your point about they can't sign Cook because they're going to want to sign a lot of other guys. That's right. Should they sign Osiris Torrance to a big extension? What kind of money should that be?
I know. Is he tracking towards being like one of the highest paid guards in football?
That's a great question. Trey Smith. The Chiefs just signed Trey Smith to $23.5 million at guard. There used to be, Joe, I should say, a school of thought that, that's his second contract, by the way. Trey Smith went 4 years for $3.6 million. That is your entry contract in the NFL. Mm-hmm. He played guard for 3 seasons and got franchise tagged and then signed.
Mm-hmm.
And he didn't play on the franchise tag. He got signed for $23 million a year.
Yeah.
You could do this with every position you want. We end up talking about it at receiver. Like, why pay $30 million? You could just have other guys making less than that. Do you want to pay $20 million for a guard, or do you want to just draft one and see if that works? Anytime you go into the draft, you're getting free labor, basically, and you're taking a little bit of the roll of the dice. They drafted Cody Ford, and that didn't work out at guard. Guard has been a position that until Osiris Torrance, they've been just
They've been plug and play.
Plug and play.
Yeah.
The McDermott and Bean era has been plug and play from John Feliciano to Darrell Williams from tackle to guard.
How about Quentin Spain?
Quentin Spain
along the way.
Right.
Was there a Snow? Was there a Snow? No, a Winters. There was a Brian Winters that started at some point. But Darrell Williams played in guard for a little bit.
Yep.
Yeah, they just put anybody in
It is true. You can't pay everyone, but you can make decisions on which positions you decide we can get that somewhere else.
Doesn't it sound right, though, that they wouldn't? It's not likely they're going to pay all 4 of those guys.
Yes, I think McGovern is more likely to leave than Osiris Torrance because Torrance is young.
You would think Cook and Torrance are the 2 most likely.
Alec Anderson's maybe being groomed to be that center. Maybe.
Or maybe he's going to be left guard and Van Pran Granger's going to be center if he can ever get healthy. I don't know.
Would Torrance get paid? Maybe. I get down to wondering, would the Bills, or do the Bills, when they interview guys that they draft, right? Think about this for a second. How is it the Bills have never had this Cook situation happen before? One of the ways it's maybe never happened before is they get their sports psychologists to dig into these draft prospects and think, all right, we're going to take guys that we are confident that their brain, their person, I'm going deep here, their personality type is one to want early extension. I'm a happy person.
Project who's going to want the big money and who's going to be I just want to get in and
project
get the deal.
Project the linebackers, the corners, the receivers, the guys who are going to be eager. Once I find a home, I hate moving.
Interesting. Right, is that the first question they ask? How do you feel about moving?
Yeah. Do you want to play for one team your entire career?
Is that possible that they could be doing that?
Is that a dream for you, to play for one team for your entire career, to have a legacy?
Yeah.
Who knows? It might be far down the line. But, on these prospects, you ask a lot of questions. And if a team had the ability to know, 95% of our guys are guys that tick a little box, and that box is eager extensions. Let's do that. We'll never have Cook situations. I don't think I got a Cook situation. So just a thought popped in my head right now. Might be, harebrained, might be nuts. 803-0550, 1-888-550-2550. If you're on hold, we'll get right back to you. Ben, you're up next. Kevin Fishbane, the Athletic, on the Bears, who the Bills will practice with this week. Coming up at 8:30, Hard Knocks tonight on, of course, HBO. Jeremy and Joe on WGR. Jeremy White here to tell you about Trip.
They're minus 600 on the cap, so 600,000. I do think they have to do something to clear up a couple million. I have no idea though what that's going to be.
Extend James Cook.
Maybe that could be it.
That is one spot. If we could bring up James Cook for one moment, that is maybe. And there aren't that many spots he has leverage. That's one.
Mm-hmm.
My cap hit is 5.2, and an extension gets me down.
Yeah.
5.7.
5.7, yeah.
His cap hit is 5.7. You want to get under the cap? Extend Cook. And that might be another part of this that's frustrating for Bean. I'm ready to be under the cap. The deal's on the table. It's got this guaranteed. Here's your cap hit in year one. It's 2.4 or whatever.
Wow.
And we do what we need to do to get under the cap.
Well, does Cook have a little bit of leverage there that we haven't thought about
leverage
before?
he might have.
Hey, your plan here to be cap compliant and to have this little bit of flexibility to do things is reliant on signing me.
Right.
So
that's one thing that Rousseau had. Rousseau had a little bit of that too. Do you want him to have it in him to say we need to make a change? At the top? Do you want that in him at all? Because I don't know that it is. Would he ever go to someone and say, McDermott's not going to get it done? Sometimes people want to talk about how the Bills could change their coach, and that's always entertained as well. I mean, if the franchise quarterback says something in an NFL franchise, that usually lands. And I don't know that Allen has that pitch, and I don't know that anybody wants him to. I'm sure there are some. It's probably a confirm your prior situation, right? If you want a new coach, you hope Allen is the one to say this isn't good enough. And if you don't think there's a problem, you don't want that. And there's cautionary tales, of course, of quarterbacks that might have done that and not gotten away with it. But that's the only thing out of these Brady quotes about Mahomes that I think. And again, it's not like Mahomes has done that or has had to do that. He showed up with his coach and they won right away, and they're forever entrenched as all-time greats as a pair. So he never had to really do that.
No.
Not that Allen will have to, but to me that's like the elephant in the room conversation about this. Do you want him to have that trait?
Yeah, I think I do, even though I don't want him to use it yet. Is that fair to say?
Yeah.
I don't want him to use it right now. I don't think there's a need for that yet. But I do want him to possess the ability to play that card if he needs to, because if they ever need to make a change or it's ever time to make a change, I don't know that anybody would make it other than him. He would be the only way that it happens. I think without Allen, going to the organization and saying, hey, I think it's time to make a change. I don't know that they would ever make a change. And I do not need them to fire either Sean McDermott or Brandon Beane or have any desire to see them do that right now. But I also don't believe they should get Josh Allen's entire career if they don't win.
Here's the story of a lovely lady who was bringing up three very lovely.
All right, why are we playing the Brady Bunch theme? Because on the WGR 550 YouTube channel, we have introduced the quad box. Owen and Josh now have cameras, and Owen can fire it up so we can all four of us be on the screen at the same time, and we'll play this song, and we'll look at each other iconically like they did. I'm looking at Josh now. Is this Owen over here?
So this is
it working?
So I'm looking at Jeremy here, even though Jeremy's there.
Right.
And now I'm looking
it's all
at.
very confusing.
If I look down, I'm looking at Owen.
Oh man, the visual bits we're getting out of this. Look at this.
And to go to Josh, I got to go down and to the right,
down and to the left.
Okay, I got it. Got it down.
Anyway. How's the chat handling this whole development?
The chat is all over this. They've been clamoring for weeks for me and Josh to be on screen, so here we are.
Do we have time for Ben here? Ben and Amherst, we're all going to – the quad box takes a call. It's first ever call. Hey, Ben, good morning.
Good morning, gentlemen. How are you?
Good.
I'm sure you guys are James cooked out, but it's kind of the only thing to focus on right now.
Yeah, I mean, it's getting us through August, so it's interesting.
I guess my question is, I'm trying to think of kind of looking at it from a league perspective, either A, where, a team paid a guy like a Zeke Elliott, and, that back came back and he was as good or better after they got paid, or situation B where, that back holds out like a Le'Veon Bell, and then the team says, hey, we'll pay you what you're worth, and then that back gets to a team and, again, like that back shows up and it's lights out and it's a game changer. I was just racking my brains trying to think of a situation where, the team came out on top when they paid someone or the back came out on top when they held out.
Well, it's funny. Thanks, Ben. I'm at Spot Trek. I'm in the 2020 season because the explosion of the cap, it's always important to remember that the numbers are getting big. Like, Zeke signed a contract in 2020, and it was a $90 million extension.
Yeah.
The average, whatever, the AAV is out there. His cap hit was 11.
Mm-hmm.
But he got Zeke got $50 million guaranteed in 2020. We're sitting here talking about how Cook might get like 23.
Mm-hmm.
5 years later, and the cap has gone up, what, $110 million? I could actually look at the number and have that for you. So
hasn't there been charts about that? How like as the salaries have gone up, the running backs have been kind of flat.
They have been flat.
Other than like Barkley and Henry are pushing that up a little bit,
which is why
not much.
Which is why I think the narrative that kind of came out like, oh, running back is back. It's like actually it's
catching up.
It's
a little.
catching up.
Even
it's still low.
It's not much.
It's still low. Which is why if we were arguing about any other position, we'd be arguing about real big money. We just talked about the potential for Osiris Torrance. Could he make $20 million a year?
Right. I was just looking. There are a bunch of guards that make big money. Like they're $100 million contracts.
Yeah, could
guards.
Could Osiris Torrance do that? Could he make more than Dawkins by next year? He could if they want to pay that. But yeah, the running backs, like who sat out, who did well. Le'Veon Bell went to the Jets and he was just kind of lost because he was on the Jets, right? That's a big part of that.
Yes. But his original deal, I remember being like 70-something million for a couple of years. Like it wasn't. He ended up settling for less in New York. But those contracts from 5 years ago do look similar to the ones that are. What did Dalvin Cook sign for? Wasn't Dalvin Cook's contract like
5 for 63? I think is the number.
Like today, that would be still.
That's Cook's number. Is that not? It's like $12 million a year.
5 for 63 was $12.6 million. Maybe that's a cut. Maybe that's a cutoff for Cook. I'm not settling for what my brother got 5 years ago. Cap's gone up $100 million.
That's right.
You want me to get paid the same thing my brother got 5 years ago?
His brother got more. A share, right? He's more of a bell cow.
His brother was a bell cow.
Yeah, he was explosive too.
Yeah,
he had an 84-yard touchdown run against the Bills. Here,
Dalvin Cook did.
Yeah.
Yes, he did.
In that ridiculous game, the Bills somehow lost to the Vikings.
Yeah.
Thanks, Ben. Yeah, the holdout history, and cooked out.
No,
not
I'm not
yet.
I'm not.
If we get to the opener and this is still going on like that, I think people turn hard at that moment if they're not already there.
If he's not there at the opener,
yeah, if he's missing games, because we're not really thinking that's going to happen, but we are getting into. You got about 2 weeks before. If you're not done, I think you're missing the opener.
Yeah.
803-0550. Jeremy and Joe. And Josh and Owen on the quad box on the YouTube stream. The viewership numbers are way up. They want to see you guys. They want to see you. Hats of the day.
Owen, give the people what they want.
Owen's a no hat guy.
I got a hat. I take it off for my headphones.
Okay.
I just did something.
You got nice hair. You got the hockey flow.
You got the flow for it.
Yeah.
You're fine. Yeah.
All right. 803-0550. Kevin Fishbane on the Bears of the Athletic at 8:30. The Bills and Bears going to practice jointly this week, so we'll talk to him at 8:30. And more of your calls on Cook, on anything we've gotten to this morning on the Bills. Hard Knocks episode 2 tonight. Jeremy and Joe on WGR. On the idea of trading Samuel, like, we sure about that? We're just going to turn that over to Tyrell Shavers, who's had a nice preseason. He has a nice preseason a lot. I mean, Samuel just doesn't play. That's
what do you think you're
He's
really losing in Samuel is the question.
I know.
I'd like for him to be healthy and to factor into this offense. But I think they have him right now in a yak player in Shakir, and I think they have him in a man beater in Josh Palmer. Right?
I guess.
He's kind of my backup to both. So I don't know what I'm really missing out on there for Samuel. So, sure, it's the 5th spot on the depth chart. It's special teams. It's Shavers is going to be my Keon Coleman ex-receiver backup, right? Like, that's another part of this. If Coleman were to ever go down, Shavers is playing his spot, and if Shavers isn't with you anymore, I don't know who that guy is. It's just a backup spot, yep. But I don't know. I wouldn't know who to tell you. If Shavers got claimed by another team and Coleman goes down with injury, am I playing Josh Palmer at the X? That'd be a question for, Matt Harmon maybe. I don't know. They're minus 600 on the cap. So, 600,000. I do think they have to do something to clear up a couple million. I have no idea, though, what that's going to be.
Extend James Cook?
Maybe. That could be it.
That is one spot, if we could bring up James Cook for one moment. That is maybe and there aren't that many spots he has leverage. That's one.
Mm-hmm.
My cap hit is 5.2, and an extension gets me down.
Yeah.
5.7.
5.7, yeah.
His cap hit is 5.7. You want to get under the cap? Extend Cook. And that might be another part of this that's frustrating for Bean. Like, I'm ready to be under the cap. The deal's on the table. It's got this guaranteed. Here's your cap hit in year one. It's 2.4 or whatever.
Well,
and we do what we need to do to get under the cap.
Well, does Cook have a little bit of leverage there that we haven't thought about
leverage
before?
he might have.
Like, hey, your plan here to be cap compliant and to have this little bit of flexibility to do things is reliant on signing me.
Right.
So
that's
all right,
one thing that
come
Rousseau
on.
had. Rousseau had a little bit of that too. There's a couple quotes here from Tom Brady, who was speaking with Joel Klatt of on the Joel Klatt Show
on Fox.
Makes sense. Joel Klatt's there. Did you see the comments?
No.
It's about Mahomes. Brady. He just got a statue. Brady did. Mahomes probably will, but Brady's got a statue, and there are some quotes in here that you decide if they are nothing, or if you could get Tom Brady, at a bar with a beer, what he would say about it.
Mm-hmm.
He's asked about the quarterbacks in the league. He's a minority owner of the Raiders, by the way, and making comments about Mahomes. Like, is that allowed? Anyway. Are there any quarterbacks he respects for how they go about their business, remind him of himself? Brady said, Mahomes.
Okay.
Only Mahomes. And what he said was, everyone wants to win, but what are the habits and the daily habits and the actionable things you need to do every day to put your team in a position to win? Patrick Mahomes, to me, is the one that does that the most often because who he is, obviously his physical talent, how he understands what he needs to do offensively, brings a consistent winning attitude to work every single day. In the biggest moments, you can depend on him. There's other guys that are still developing. They need to prove it before, in my mind, I can say he's done it. That's not saying much. They've all shown flashes of amazing things. They're all great players. All of them can make tremendous plays. At some point, they need to take the next step and take, in my mind, more ownership of what they're doing in terms of the organizational level, to do more things to empower more people, to get more people on that train or that bus with you to head in the direction you want to go. Only Mahomes. Is that just because he won?
That's really how it feels. Like, what does he do differently? Habits and whatnot that he's talking about that
Lamar
he's saying
or
Lamar
Allen
or Josh don't do. 9:30 at Orchard Park. Done with St. John Fisher. Sean McDermott meets with the media in about an hour. We'll carry that live here on WGR. Next up, the Bears preseason Sunday at 8 p.m. Elsewhere around the NFL, Matthew Stafford was supposed to practice yesterday. He did not. He is still battling a back injury with the Rams. Shadur Sanders still listed number 4 on the depth chart for the Browns at quarterback. Brandon Ayuk is not going to be ready until about week 6, if not even later. That's what Kyle Shanahan said yesterday. Ayuk is coming back from a torn ACL in San Francisco. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
I think the number that makes sense is probably right around Williams, if not maybe $1 million or $2 million more. The only reason why this one is slightly bizarre to me is if you just look at the Buffalo Bills history, and, Brandon Beane even said it. He's been there 9 years. They've never dealt with anything like this.
It's a good track record for the Bean Man.
It's quite the track record, right? Because it just tells you how they conduct business. They approach it fairly. But I do think it says something that this is happening when historically this hasn't been the Bills in the last decade. They like re-signing their players and getting it done and keeping the distractions away from their team. I think this is something they work out. I'm not overly concerned. It's just when, right? Because now we're at that time.
Diana Rossini, we played that earlier. I asked Josh to play it again because... Will you let me go a little bit, not quite conspiracy theory.
Mm-hmm.
These reporters are well-researched.
Yeah.
But we are hearing a little bit of a drumbeat of the Bills have never been through anything like this.
Right.
Would they just know that? Would Diana Rossini just know the Bills haven't had a holdout in the 9-year tenure?
I would bet she probably didn't and was told that.
Okay. Maybe not.
Maybe someone just offers that even that isn't from the team. Maybe
Sure.
She talks to another agent just in passing about it.
That's right.
They've never been through anything like this.
That's a very, very good point. Very possible. Because, in any one of these, the reporters, this and that, it's who wants me to know that? Where do we think this information is coming from? And
it's also possible she reached out to somebody with the team to check in about it. And
yes, that's right. That's right.
This is the first time we've done this.
It could be that. That's what I'm getting at. Is this doesn't happen with the Bills. Is a Bills side of it.
Right.
This doesn't happen to us. We get out in front of things, and we've pointed that out quite a bit. Yesterday we went through this entire offseason was that they got a bunch of deals done, knocking them down, bang, 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 4 of them.
Yeah.
So, just thought about that. I wonder how many people had that readily available, that this has never happened in their 9 years. We would know that, being around the team all the time. Never been a holdout. Nobody has ever missed a practice.
We've talked about it. The last holdout's Jarris Bird?
Yeah.
It's been a decade.
803-0550 if you have a thought on Cook. Mike Florio has chimed in on Cook. And the piece at ProFootballTalk.com is that the Bills have to get this done. They have to move on this now. Bills, James Cook need to get a deal done ASAFP. And I'll read you,
Not just ASAP.
No, ASAFP. And I'll read you one little graph from what he says, which this is context. The Bills have a choice. They can milk the rookie wage scale and do what they had hoped to do with Cook, or they can recognize that if they want to win a Super Bowl, it makes sense to take care of one of their best players, even if they currently don't have to. The team has to choose between pursuing its goal of winning a championship and placating the land of collusion in which they reside.
Oh, wow. Look, what are we doing there?
That's a little strong.
The land of collusion.
Other teams won't want them to pay Cook. The management council won't want them to pay Cook. The Bills should want to pay Cook. In the end, it's not about what Cook wants. It's about what he won't refuse. The Bills should make him an offer that he won't refuse. And then they should be careful to properly reacclimate him to the game before he risks injury. There's another benefit to getting a deal done quickly. If they can do it by Tuesday, they'll be able to legitimately ignore any reference to Cook's contractual discontent in the second episode of Hard Knocks.
As if they should really be afraid of...
Well, the point is, whatever comes out tonight on Hard Knocks regarding this tension, If he signed before the episode, it's all water under the bridge.
If he signed before tonight's episode?
Yes.
He's not going to sign before tonight's episode. Right?
Wouldn't it be funny? Right when the episode's about to drop.
Would HBO not be... I mean, what are they going to do? They're not going to, sue the team. But would they not be like, really? The day of? Because I imagine the whole episode is going to be about that. I guess they could just throw in at the end that he signs. But I don't know. I'm still always skeptical. I want... It's getting harder to defend it because you're constantly hearing, no, they want to do it. They want to do it. Bean, I want to pay him. I think I said months ago that I will believe the Bills will pay big money to a running back when I see it. And I still haven't seen it. I've heard it.
What's big money?
Like anything.
Is the Kyren Williams contract?
A second contract.
Okay.
Yes. Yeah, Kyren Williams would be big money to a running back. Anything that would be labeled as like, that's an investment right there. I am still wanting to be in believe it when I see it, but it's getting tougher because you're hearing a lot of that they'd like to do it, and it's just haggling about the money, I guess. And then both sides would like, because there's no reason to believe Cook wouldn't want a long-term relationship here, right? Or is there? Without the money being a part of it.
Well, the money has to be a part of it.
That's what I mean. Like the Bills. The money is still a part of it.
It could be that he thinks maybe I don't want to be here long term, but if the money is too good to turn down rather, then sure, fine, I'll sign here for 16 or for 14.
But could he see greener pastures on a team that doesn't have a franchise quarterback where maybe he's getting the ball more, maybe he's getting thrown the ball more?
Let's do this test. Ready?
Because I think that's hard to believe.
You know the test? Ready? You know the test?
What's the test?
What if he went to the Chiefs?
For him?
Just Chiefs. Yeah.
Who am I, though? Am I James Cook?
The Bills have him play this year.
Yeah.
He walks. The Chiefs sign him. How do we feel about it?
Oh, I'm fine.
Okay.
Totally fine. I'm totally fine. Is everyone else totally fine? Like, I don't know if Bills fans would be. I am totally fine if he does that.
He'd be their best running back that they've had.
I asked that question about Gabe Davis last year. How would you feel if Gabe Davis went to the Chiefs?
I think Gabe Davis is not really a good wide receiver that you have to worry about. Cook, I think, is a good running back.
That's right. But he's a running back. I'm good with him going to the Chiefs.
The test is always the Chiefs. Would he make them better?
Fine. Sure.
Because if there's one thing that the Chiefs are not, they are not explosive in the run game at all.
No, they're not.
They haven't been explosive in the run game for years.
Nope. No, they're not. But now they're not spending $12 million on something else.
Okay.
I'm good with that.
Fair enough. 803-0550, 1-888-550-2550. On Cook, if you want to throw a thought our way.
Hard Knocks will be all about Cook tonight?
It'll definitely be some about Cook.
It's possible that it's not much. Depends how much access they get to Cook specifically, right?
They kind of burned through a lot of the stuff early on. They burned through Max Hairston, him getting hurt. That was, up and down, quick. Right through it.
Trey White and Dawkins.
I do wonder if it's a little less lighthearted, a little less funny. The opening episode was, hey, meet the Bills, look at these guys. Yeah. And if episode 2 is a little bit more of down to business, football, guys fighting for roster spots.
I would hope so, because that's the stuff. I enjoyed the first episode a lot. I could have watched more of it, but I was hoping for more of the what's the intensity level behind the scenes? How these guys are really being coached
in their meetings.
Because they talk about how that happens, but we never ever really see the true coaching, like in the film room and how they're talking to guys, and that's the stuff that I'm looking for. And we didn't get much of that in episode 1, but there's 4 more episodes to go.
If there were one player you'd like to see them focus on tonight, who would it be? I have an easy answer. Very easy answer. In terms of what would be the most interesting.
The most interesting player that they could focus on that isn't James Cook would be Matt Milano.
Okay.
Although he doesn't say much.
That's right.
So I don't know how entertaining
It'd be
it's gonna
very interesting if they got Milano to speak.
What if they just follow him around and he just never says a word?
I mean, that might be
He just
something
never
they
says
do.
a word. Yeah.
My answer is Shavers.
Shavers.
Seriously.
Shavers?
Shavers right now
Really?
is he's still a concept. What if we got more of tonight what Joe Brady highlighted in that one meeting? Effort. What if we got Shavers' ankle injury, working through it? Like right now, you've got a certain number of Bills fans that are ready to dump Curtis Samuel because he's not available. And if you got to know Shavers a little bit more and thought, maybe put it this way, if you got to see what McDermott sees when he says he's a true Buffalo Bill, if I'm Shavers' agent, I'm praying that Hard Knocks wants to just feature him and show him as much as possible. You need attention. You need the fans to know your makeup. You need that. If you get that, again, does it make the GM make a different decision? Probably not. But go a long way with the fans who you've, in limited preseason and one catch in a regular season game.
Yep.
Like you've made a little bit of a mark here, and this is your window. If Curtis Samuel is still hurt, if he's not practicing, if he's still out, this is your window. And if I could get a show to show people how hard you've been grinding for it,
yep,
whatever, we would get to see it.
Yeah, I guess we will get that one way or another anyway. Like every year you get the story of the guy that's on the bubble and trying to fight to make the roster, right? So if you were going to pick somebody, I guess it could very easily be Shavers. It could be Joe Andreessen also.
It's a good one.
Joe Andreessen, I think, is a very possible option. I think he is much safer to make the roster than Shavers is. Like much. I mean, he was on the roster last year.
Yep.
And Shavers, this is his third year, and he has yet to do that. So I guess if you're looking for a bubble guy, yeah, I mean, he would probably be it. There's a big clip, there's a big highlight in the preseason game for him too.
Mm-hmm.
So that's not a bad one. How far do we really want to take the Shavers car out for a spin though? Like he's interesting to make the team, but he's not going to make an impact of any means this regular season.
I don't think so either. The most interesting part of Shavers is that
he could get Curtis Samuel maybe off the roster.
That he has disrupted what we all probably thought was a pretty locked-in five.
That's right.
We came to camp saying, can anybody crack that?
Right.
And he might have a look at it.
Right. Because if he's on the roster, is he catching 20? Is he catching 20 passes this year?
Not unless somebody's hurt and he goes in because there's an injury.
Right.
But like I think about Shavers for this. Right, the window's open. Is there any way to get him either to unseat a receiver above him or convince them to carry 6?
Right, which they could do, and
they've done before. And last year they only carried 5.
Right, that's right.
803-0550, 1-888-550-2550. At least 5 out of camp, and then they trade for Cooper, but they dump MVS.
It was always fluid.
Yeah.
Was Jalen Virgil on the active roster at one point even? I don't know.
Oh, yeah. Virgil he dressed for more games than
Shavers did.
Yeah. So anyway, 803-0550 if you want to join us. At NFL.com, Andy Reid. This is going to be a story here. I'm gonna bother you with this one. Ready?
Okay.
Ready? Remember this?
Yeah.
Sometimes we talk about how July is peak manufacturing football content.
Yes, it is.
August is the sequel.
Yeah, right. But there is more. There is more to
headline at NFL.com from Kevin Patra. The piece from Kevin Patra, and who wrote the headline. Andy Reid on chatter, the Chiefs' window is closing. Quote, we don't listen to all the noise.
Okay, file that away.
The Chiefs' window is closing?
Yeah, so that's what is someone out there saying that?
The suggestion is that the Chiefs' window is closing.
And now what someone has done is given Andy Reid the fuel to say, there's like, guys, they're not believing in us again. Make sure to remind them. Who's saying their window is closed? Anybody?
I don't know. Maybe you.
What is that?
You might
does
be the
window
closest
closing
person.
mean? Just because I'm picking them not to win the division doesn't mean that I think their window's closed, is it? Or is that what that is?
I don't know.
They could win a Super Bowl in 3 years.
Bill Simmons.
I just don't think they're winning the division this
Bill
year.
Simmons from The Ringer has named Josh Allen the best quarterback in football. I saw that.
I did, on his own tier also,
his own
right?
tier.
His own tier, and then it was Mahomes, Jackson, and Burrow on the second tier.
Bulletin board material. Ron and Alden. Hey, Ron.
Hey, good morning, guys. Quick question, and I won't hang up until you hang up on me because I know I did that yesterday. I'm sorry. So the practice squad. So let's say we put Sabres on a practice squad, and someone wants to claim him. Could we bring him back like NHL to put some on waivers, but they try to claim you can bring him back? Or if you put him on there and somebody takes him, that's it, we lose him? Or do we still have a right to bring him back, and we're just testing that somebody will take him or not? You know?
The way that it works, Ron, if you go to the practice squad, if a team wants to grab him off your practice squad, you have to put him on your active roster to keep him.
Okay, all right.
And then he can't go back to the practice squad. He's got to be on your active roster for the rest of the year.
All right, so that's what I'm wondering if the Bills are trying to sneak him on there.
They could.
They can't sneak anybody, but yeah, they could, and and then see that's what'll happen. And one other thing, tell your bosses they should let you spend a day or two out there at County Fair doing the side show live from there. That'd be kind of cool.
Yeah.
So, all right, you guys have a great day. Thanks.
Thanks, Ron.
Live from the fair.
I'm hoping to get to the fair this week.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's so hot out.
It is hot.
It's so hot out.
It is. Best fair game. Go. I got it. Is that the easy
I got
answer?
it.
I got it.
Yeah.
I got it on Sunday.
Did you yelled out, I got it?
Yeah. I'm very excited. I had never
what a feeling.
I had never won before either. So
What
I
a
was
feeling.
super ecstatic. Great
That's
times.
big.
Won a Bills football.
There you go. Yeah, I got it as easily.
How many games that are on the Midway? How many games have names? You've got like throw the ping pong ball into the jar for the fish.
Right.
You've got the ring around the bottle toss, right? Ring toss around a bottle. You've got the squirt gun game.
Yep, there's always
the squirt gun racehorse game.
There's always one of the basketball games, like the Pop-A-Shot game.
Right. Did you see Coleman the other day at the fair shooting the basketball around and giving the prizes that he was winning to fans?
Who? Oh, yeah, I did see that. Coleman, yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
That was really cool.
They make those purposely more difficult, though,
Yeah,
don't
they're
they?
like tiny little rims.
Yeah, the rims are smaller. Yeah. They don't tell you that. It's misleading, really, is what it is.
Sal Capaccio has called in for a quick check-in. Hey Sal, what's
up?
up?
On fair games?
Yeah,
Hi,
right.
guys. How are you?
On the Midway at the fair?
Hi, Sal.
On guess your weight, guess your age. Which one? Go ahead, Sal.
It's all right. I'll be at the fair tomorrow, by the way, in the bass fitter booth, so people can come by, too.
Oh,
very
nice.
good.
Nice.
There you go. Couple of things. Heading down now. We're going to be at the stadium. Sean McDermott at 9 o'clock today. Figured I'd just give a check-in. We'll carry him live on WGR, and obviously we'll find out today from Sean early on if we expect James Cook to practice or not. That's going to happen. They do practice at 9:30. Media gets to watch all of practice, just like St. John Fisher.
Okay.
We just there's just no fans. Really, that's really the only difference right now this time of year. I also wanted to chime in. I just heard the guy in the practice squad question. Let me just correct so everybody has the right information here.
Mm-hmm.
So if a guy is on the practice squad, which there's no practice squad until after final cuts, then you sign guys to the practice squad. A team can't just claim him. They can't just say, we take this guy. They have to offer him a contract. All practice squad players are free agents, is what it is. They can offer him a contract. The guy says, either I want to stay here or I want to go with you. You're correct, Jeremy. If he signs with the other team, they must go to the 53. However, they only have to keep him on there for 4 weeks.
Okay.
Not the whole season. And then, but they can release him within that 4-week time, but they have to carry him on their roster technically for 4 weeks and pay him four game checks. You know what I mean? So that's how that works. And then once they release him, he can go back to their practice squad, the Bills practice squad, whatever. And if he hasn't been in the league 4 years, obviously he's subject to waivers at that point as well.
But it's once if he were to sign with the Lions, the Bills then have the right to say, well, we'll put him on our active roster. You don't get to take him.
No,
they don't.
No. You don't have a right. It is literally up to the player.
Okay.
Like you get the Bills. Here, it's a courtesy, really, Joe. What it is let's just say Tyrell Shavers is on the Bills practice squad, and the Lions say, you know what, we'd really like you. We would like to bring you on. A lot of times, what happens is the agent tells the Bills, hey, we're going to go there on their 53. Do you want to put us on your 53?
Okay.
They'll say we have no room.
Gotcha.
They'll say then we're going over there, or he can say, you know what, we're going to decline that because we think there's a better path for us eventually in Buffalo anyway.
Gotcha. Okay. That makes sense.
But there is no right of first refusal, and there is no requirement for the agent to do that.
Okay. One quick thing, Sal. So McDermott at 9 o'clock, we'll ask him, he'll be asked if he expects Cook to participate. We gotta sharpen up how we're going to ask him, because he kind of gamed us at the last practice of training camp saying, I do expect him to, and then say, well, I expect everyone. So who knows? We'll see if he's got any information about whether or not he expects him to, if he's been told he will. But that's coming up 9 o'clock, right?
9 o'clock, and then I think when we went to the Saturday after the game, post game after the game was very revealing. I thought when he said we had a good conversation.
Yeah,
we had a conversation. I think he said good, but either way, he said we had a conversation, and he wanted James to play. He said he wanted James Cook to play, and James decided not to play.
Yeah.
So I think that's pretty revealing in itself. Like McDermott talked a lot after the game, guys, about getting guys back this week from injury, and like this is a big week. We need to get guys back, and I think that includes James Cook, and he's not injured. You know what I mean? So. Yep. They have this joint practice against the Bears on Friday, and then they have a game on Sunday, and that's the last time a lot of these guys are going to really suit up. So it is a big week for everybody. Like, this is the chance to kind of get ready for the season here for a lot of these guys.
So practice on Friday, one joint practice, just the 1 day?
1 day of joint practice with the Bears on Friday. That's correct. So the team will fly out to Chicago Thursday, joint practice on Friday, and that can look like anything. That's, a practice like you see at St. John Fisher, except there's two teams instead of one. It's not just like scrimmaging all the time. It's literally one-on-ones. It's O-line, D-line, those kinds of things. And, that's a great opportunity for your quarterbacks, including Josh Allen, of course, to be able to get a lot of work because you can't touch the quarterback in those settings.
Yep. All right, Sal, thank you. We'll dial you up at 9 o'clock.
You got it, guys. Thanks.
All right, Sal Capaccio heading to the stadium for today's practice. An update coming from head coach Sean McDermott. And that'll be at 9 o'clock. We'll carry that for you, as much of it as we see fit. These kind of pressers aren't all that long, but we'll get what we can out of McDermott ahead of today's practice. Kevin Fishbane of The Athletic on the Bears, who the Bills will practice with this weekend. Practice Friday, game Sunday. How are things going for the Bears at camp? What can they learn out of this joint practice? What can they learn from this preseason game? We'll check in with Chicago coming up next. On the idea of trading Samuel, we sure about that? We're just going to turn that over to Tyrell Shavers, who's had a nice preseason. He has a nice preseason a lot. Samuel just doesn't play.
What do you think you're really losing in Samuel is the question.
I know.
I'd like for him to be healthy and to factor into this offense. But I think they have him right now in a yak player in Shakir, and I think they have him in a man beater in Josh Palmer. Right?
I guess.
He's kind of my backup to both. So I don't know what I'm really missing out on there for Samuel. So, sure, it's the 5th spot on the depth chart. It's special teams. It's Shavers is going to be my Keon Coleman ex-receiver backup, right? That's another part of this. If Coleman were to ever go down, Shavers is playing his spot, and if Shavers isn't with you anymore, I don't know who that guy is. It's just a backup spot, yep. But I don't know. I wouldn't know who to tell you. If Shavers got claimed by another team and Coleman goes down with injury, am I playing Josh Palmer at the X? That'd be a question for, Matt Harmon maybe. I don't know. They're minus 600 on the cap. So 600,000. I do think they have to do something to clear up a couple million. I have no idea, though, what that's going to be.
Extend James Cook?
Maybe. That could be it.
That is one spot, if we could bring up James Cook for one moment. That is maybe, and there aren't that many spots he has leverage. That's one.
Mm-hmm.
My cap hit is 5.2, and an extension gets me down.
Yeah.
5.7.
5.7, yeah.
His cap hit is 5.7. You want to get under the cap? Extend Cook. And that might be another part of this that's frustrating for Bean. I'm ready to be under the cap. The deal's on the table. It's got this guaranteed. Here's your cap hit in year one. It's 2.4 or whatever.
Well,
and we do what we need to do to get under the cap.
Well, does Cook have a little bit of leverage there that we haven't thought about
leverage
before?
He might have.
Hey, your plan here to be cap compliant and to have this little bit of flexibility to do things is reliant on signing me.
Right.
So
that's
all
one
right,
thing that
come on.
Rousseau had. Rousseau had a little bit of that too. All right. I'll get trivia or something. So something where we can all contribute to this segment, because now that we have 4 cameras, like, here we are. What's up there? Is that a...
Yeah, I'm trying to figure. There's a towel up there.
It's a towel from the blue and red.
Well, here goes here goes my mic. But
that's from last season.
That
isn't
is
it?
the towel we got at the end of last season. That's got Billy Buffalo planted on there, some chicken wings.
Okay.
Shout out to Ticketmaster.
I didn't know what "There Goes My Mic" meant until I watched it on the 3-second delay. His microphone fall from.
Let's go ahead and make a GIF of that and be like day 1 with the quad box.
Every once in a while, we'll be talking, and then all of a sudden I hear this loud noise, and he just drops his mic.
Yep.
Yeah. Sometimes these just come like unscrewed on their own. Nine o'clock. Made the latest on James Cook. Bills practicing today at their facility ahead of a week that brings a trip to Chicago. They'll play the Bears Sunday night. They'll practice with the Bears on Friday with a joint practice. We see many of those around the NFL. Joining us on the Wester Hotline, senior writer for The Athletic on the Bears, covering the Bears, Kevin Fishbane joins us. Kevin, good morning. It's Jeremy and Joe. Thanks for taking some time today.
Good morning, guys. How are you?
We're all right. We're all right. Is it odd that a team would have 2 joint practices in the same offseason? Because they just had one with the Dolphins, right?
Yeah, it's the first time I've experienced it. I will say in past years they'll have 2 joint practices with the same team. So maybe in their mind they're having the same number of joint practices, just one with a team, one with another team.
Yeah.
Detroit was big on joint practices, did not play their guys a lot in the preseason. That's where Ben Johnson's coming from. That's where maybe this kind of sparked. And then taking advantage of the fact that they have the back-to-back home preseason games, they kind of decided might as well. But, yeah, it is a little unique.
Kevin, on Ben Johnson, is he the sexiest coach candidate of the last 5 years? I mean, he'd been a candidate that I'm sure a lot of fan bases out there thought, this guy, look what he did for Detroit, look what he did for Jared Goff. How has it gone over in his first offseason and preseason here so far?
I do think the proximity here to being in the same division in Detroit certainly heightened that allure of Ben Johnson. But you're right. I mean, this was somebody who we thought was going to take that Washington job a couple of years ago and then was, right there with Jacksonville and the Raiders this time around as well. And, yeah, I mean, when people ask me about how things are going with the Bears, I usually kind of start with him because right now it's been very impressive what he's, kind of what he's instilled. Now, I should note that this is my 13th year covering the Bears and my 5th head coach. So now, you guys in Buffalo, you've had a lot of stability right now, but I know there was certainly a time in Bill's era where you're familiar with that kind of ratio of coaches to seasons. So, I want to temper things a little bit, but just based on what we've seen in camp, the way players have responded, the way camp has been run, has been impressive. And the other thing with Ben Johnson, compared to almost every other coach I've covered here, is the guy has done it. And by done it, I mean he's called plays at an incredibly high level. And the Bears, at least, have never had that.
Obviously, job number one is getting Caleb Williams to a good spot. How big of a lift is that after year one? Was it as bad as it looked? Was it? I don't want to make that sound like it looked very, very bad. But where is Caleb Williams coming from after year one? I guess is a better way to ask that.
Yeah, it's like in some ways you want to say this is like his rookie year all over again. Ben Johnson said they've kind of almost told them to forget everything he learned. Like you got to wipe away some of the things he was taught last year, and you're almost starting over. But the flip side of that is, they spent a lot of money and a lot of capital on 3 interior offensive linemen. They signed Grady Jarrett. They used a first-round pick and a second-round pick on skill players. This is a team that wants to compete right now. They've got a couple Pro Bowlers on the defensive side of the ball. So, maybe 5-10 years ago, you'd sit there and go, okay, quarterbacks, we can have a little bit more patience and see this thing through and watch him learn a new offense and all that. But, he's this guy's number one pick. He was a Heisman Trophy winner. He came out of college with such great accolades. You'd like to see this happen quicker. And, the Jaden Daniels and C.J. Strouds of the world make it a little harder to be patient. So there's obviously all eyes are on him. Camp has been bumpy. And, there have been some nice flashes. I think we're seeing what it's like to learn a really detailed offense, and they've admitted they're throwing a ton at him. They want training camp to be super difficult to get him ready for what he's going to see in the regular season. But, hey, you guys know full well. I mean, like Josh Allen, I was saying this yesterday, he used to be the unicorn, and in some ways I think he still is in terms of what happened to him his first year and what he has turned into. I do think that quarterbacks are now, you have your Baker Mayfields and Geno Smiths out there. I'd like to think it's more likely for guys these days to struggle early on, and then you get a new coach or new play call or even a new team and you figure it out. But for a while, it was like there's Josh Allen and there's nobody else. And so I think Bears fans are going to think about, looking ahead to this weekend, Josh Allen's going to come to town. They can probably say, well, Josh's first year was tough. So was Caleb Williams, that maybe he's an example of what things could be in terms of a best-case scenario.
Kevin, what I wonder about him is the sacks. He led the league in sacks last year. It felt like every week that was happening. And is Ben Johnson, what do you do you think he's trying to neuter that completely? Because at the same time, I feel like a lot of his special plays in college and last year, he is holding on to the ball. So I don't know, how do you think that looks? I can't imagine they don't want to at least improve it, though.
Yeah, I wondered last year, there was a game late in the season in San Francisco, which was just a horrendous loss. And there were times in that game where you felt like Caleb Williams was escaping the pocket too quickly. I just remember sitting there in the press box and being like, you've got some time. But there was just such a lack of trust in the offensive line. I don't know about the scheme so much, but he at that point he was on his second playbook and second head coach, so you got to imagine there was a lot going on in his head. And I do think that having these reinforcements coming in the middle is going to help him feel more comfortable to stay in the pocket and make those plays, so he doesn't have to kind of run around or back up. And then having guys like a Colson Loveland and Luther Burden to pair with DJ Moore and Roma Dunes and Cole Kmet. Again, it's all about building that trust level that he's got to feel better about getting that football out of his hands because he knows the guys are out there. But as you said, I mean, Caleb is a magician outside the pocket. So, I think that's where Ben Johnson's going to come in and, like, how do we balance this, right? Like, how do we take a guy who is just magnificent when he is on the move versus, like, he just took too many sacks. It's harder to do that in the NFL than it was in college, and we got to figure out the proper balance. And I go back to Ben Johnson. Look, Jared Goff, certainly no one's confusing him for somebody that's doing a lot of work outside the pocket, but Ben Johnson just being this play caller, being this guy who knows how to put points on the board, I think there's a lot of hope that he's the right guy to kind of bring those two sides of Caleb Williams together.
Looking at their weapons around them, you mentioned some of them. How big a leap for Rome Odunze should people expect in year 2?
Yeah, Rome Odunze, you look at his rookie season and you wonder how much of that was, you looked at what Brian Thomas did in Jacksonville and Malik Neighbors in New York and Bowers in Las Vegas, and I kind of, you kind of looked at Rome Odunze like, why weren't your numbers there? Well, then also you remember the offense was a mess. He was one of the best players in fourth down in the league last year. I think he's got just an incredible skill set, and work ethic is all there. So there is reason to think that that's someone who could really take off. He's had a nice camp so far, but it's also been hard, guys. Like this passing game, I got some recency bias as I'm talking to you right now. Like yesterday's practice was pretty rough. So there's been some trouble with a lot of these guys getting on the same page. So, you're trying to figure out what's this going to look like when it's actually the regular season and they've actually got this specific install, specific playbook for this specific game. But Odunze is that guy where he has all the makings of somebody who absolutely takes off in year 2. But because he's a wide receiver, that takeoff in year 2 is dependent on his quarterback also taking a leap in his second season.
Kevin Fishbane joining us on the Worcester Hotline. One last one. Have a request here from a Bills fan to ask about our old friend Tremaine Edmonds and how things have gone there for him.
I think Edmonds had a really good camp. Last year was, I'd say, somewhat disappointing for him when you consider what his skill set is and his age and his salary and what he did in 2023. There were people looking right now and trying to figure out, okay, looking at his cap number for next year, how is this going to work? How much longer is he going to be here? Because I think he tied a career low in tackles for loss last season. And look, everything fell apart with last year's team. So I always want to take a lot of the stuff that happened in the second half with a grain of salt. But he's had a good camp. He has been very noticeable. The interception against the Dolphins last week in joint practices. He's been out there every day. I think last year he had to miss some time in camp with something here or there. He's had a bunch of tackles for losses. Like, he's been more noticeable in camp this year to a point where you should feel good about where he's at. I was looking at him yesterday. He's still 27. And that was a guy who I remember, like, we kind of had him knocked to the Bears a lot in that 2018 draft. The year they ended up taking Roquan Smith, another off-ball linebacker. So I think he's at a good camp. I think fans were very frustrated with his lack of splash plays last season. But the summer has left me hopeful for what he can do this year.
Very good. Kevin Fishbane on the Bears.
Is a good season for them just making the playoffs? Like a second place finish. It's a tough division. So if they finish in second and make the playoffs, is everybody happy there?
Yeah, I think a playoff appearance would make people very pleased. That would be, you're not exceeding expectations by a massive amount, but if you can get to the playoffs with this team, I think people feel really good. And I've said this about multiple Bears teams, about multiple first-round quarterbacks. If you're a Bears fan in January, you want to feel that Caleb is just on this ascent, that you want to feel comfortable. You don't want me to be answering you guys asked at this time next summer about Caleb, because you want to know that he's on this upward trajectory. So that's kind of most important. But if they make the playoffs, he probably is. So if they get to the postseason as a wild card, I think people feel really good about that as Ben Johnson's first year.
Very good. Kevin Fishbane, senior writer for The Athletic, covering the Bears. Kevin, thanks very much, and enjoy the week of more practice, the joint practice, then, of course, Sunday's game.
All right, take care, guys.
Thanks, Kevin. Kevin Fishbane on the Bears. When we return, maybe the quad box comes back. We're going to have a little time to check in. I'm so proud of the name of this segment. I'm so proud of it as Owen picks his Premier League team. We'll get a quick check in there, and then Sean McDermott at 9 o'clock. Maybe some James Cook news. We'll see what he has to say about Cook, who when he last spoke, he pointed out he had a long conversation, or a good conversation, I should say, with Cook and how he wanted him to play in the preseason game, but he did not. So Sean McDermott will carry as much of it as we see fit here at 9 o'clock. So we'll carry McDermott, your calls, and a great, great segment coming up on, a big decision Owen faces. On the idea of trading Samuel, we sure about that? We're just going to turn that over to Tyrell Shavers, who's had a nice preseason. He has a nice preseason a lot. I mean, Samuel just doesn't play.
What do you think you're really losing in Samuel is the question.
I know.
I'd like for him to be healthy and to factor into this offense. But I think they have him right now in a yak player in Shakir, and I think they have him in a man beater in Josh Palmer. Right?
I guess.
He's kind of my backup to both. So I don't know what I'm really missing out on there for Samuel. So, sure, it's the 5th spot on the depth chart. It's special teams. It's Shavers is going to be my Keon Coleman ex-receiver backup, right? That's another part of this. If Coleman were to ever go down, Shavers is playing his spot, and if Shavers isn't with you anymore, I don't know who that guy is. It's just a backup spot, but I don't know. I wouldn't know who to tell you. If Shavers got claimed by another team and Coleman goes down with injury, am I playing Josh Palmer at the X? That'd be a question for, Matt Harmon maybe. I don't know. They're minus 600 on the cap, so 600,000. I do think they have to do something to clear up a couple million. I have no idea though what that's going to be.
Extend James Cook.
Maybe that could be it.
That is one spot. If we could bring up James Cook for one moment, that is maybe, and there aren't that many spots he has leverage. That's one.
Mm-hmm.
My cap hit is 5.2, and an extension gets me down.
Yeah.
5.7.
5.7. Yeah.
His cap hit is 5.7. You want to get under the cap? Extend Cook. And that might be another part of this that's frustrating for Bean. I'm ready to be under the cap. The deal's on the table. It's got this guaranteed. Here's your cap hit in year 1. It's 2.4 or whatever.
Wow.
And we do what we need to do to get under the cap.
Well, does Cook have a little bit of leverage there that we haven't thought about
the only leverage
before?
he might have.
Hey, your plan here to be cap compliant and to have this little bit of flexibility to do things is reliant on signing me.
Right.
So
that's
right,
one thing that Rousseau had. Rousseau had a little bit of that too. Do you want him to have it in him to say we need to make a change? At the top? Do you want that in him at all? Because I don't know that it is. Would he ever go to someone and say, McDermott's not going to get it done? Sometimes people want to talk about how the Bills could change their coach, and that's always entertained as well. I mean, if the franchise quarterback says something in an NFL franchise, that usually lands. And I don't know that Allen has that pitch, and I don't know that anybody wants him to. I'm sure there are some. It's probably a confirm your prior situation, right? If you want a new coach, you hope Allen is the one to say this isn't good enough. And if you don't think there's a problem, you don't want that. And there's cautionary tales, of course, of quarterbacks that might have done that and not gotten away with it. But that's the only thing out of these Brady quotes about Mahomes that I think. And again, it's not like Mahomes has done that or has had to do that. He showed up with his coach and they won right away, and they're forever entrenched as all-time greats as a pair. So he never had to really do that.
No.
Not that Allen will have to, but to me that's like the elephant in the room conversation about this. Do you want him to have that trait?
Yeah. I think I do, even though I don't want him to use it yet. Is that fair to say? I don't want him to use it right now. I don't think there's a need for that yet. But I do want him to possess the ability to play that card if he needs to, because if they ever need to make a change or it's ever time to make a change, I don't know that anybody would make it other than him. Like, he would be the only way that it happens. I think without Allen going to the organization and saying, hey, I think it's time to make a change, I don't know that they would ever make a change. And I do not need them to fire either Sean McDermott or Brandon Beane, or have any desire to see them do that right now. But I also don't believe they should get Josh Allen's entire career if they don't win.
Owen needs to pick a team.
I'm ready to dive in.
Look at the standings.
Does your dad like Manchester United?
He likes
does.
Man U, and
you don't want to do that.
Man City would be hilarious.
No,
it would not.
no,
It would not be hilarious.
This
Absolutely not.
is why I said
Fireable offense.
Yeah, absolutely not. Oh, I'm going to be an NFL fan. Who should I pick? How about the Chiefs? Yeah, cool. Good times. Get out of here, loser. No. All right, so we've decided Premier League season starts Friday. Owen needs to pick a team. We have between now and Friday to make our case. Mm-hmm. You out there can make your case. Owen's going to pick a Premier League team. We even have suggested maybe, and now that we got the quad box on YouTube and you can see all our faces, he'll have maybe placards so you don't have to buy hats by Friday. Right. And we'll put it out like it's a high school signing or college signing day. And his final choices will be on the podium, and then he will pick and reveal what team, what club he will be supporting.
Indeed. I'm very excited about this.
Yes, I'm very excited too. Joe's a Liverpool fan. Josh an Everton fan. I'm an Arsenal fan. I will be wearing an Arsenal jersey every day this week.
Wow.
Just brand awareness. You see these logos. You see these colors. I was walking in, Joe's like, listen, you have enough Arsenals to wear every day this week? I think I have 6 Arsenal kits.
That's like more Bills or Sabres jerseys than I've ever.
That's because they don't change their jerseys every year. If they did, you'd have 20. Imagine you're 35 years old, and the Bills have a new jersey every year. How many would you have? At least 10?
Yes.
15?
Yes.
Some people would have 30. I have one because every 2 years they put one out, and I'm like, oh, I like that one. I'm going to grab that.
See, I have only a couple because part of it is I like wearing the first one I had, which I think is the 11-12 kit for Liverpool, because it shows how long I've been a fan. Like, hey, I've been doing this for 15 years.
Yeah. Well, that's
look, here's my jersey to prove it.
I've got one that's old that I almost wore today, but I didn't. It's yellow and maroon. Ooh. It's my first one. Ooh, those colors. Oh, you like those colors? I'll wear it tomorrow.
Like those colors.
I'll wear it tomorrow.
Now it's yellow, or it was yellow at the start, too?
Oh, it was yellow.
Okay.
Yeah, it didn't get yellow.
So.
How old was it?
So Owen's got to pick a team.
I do. I've got a working list going. Here, I'll pull up my working list at the moment. We've got Arsenal's on there, Liverpool's on there for you two, Everton, Josh.
I like that he put Everton on there just to humor Josh. We know he's not crock. He's not thinking about Everton.
Hey, they just got Jack Grealish.
Everton.
I actually forgot to include it on the list initially, and then
so they're not on the list. They're not on the list.
Oh yeah.
Chelsea's on there.
Everton's on the list, like Bill Belichick famously listed Josh Reed on the Bills' weapons. Like, oh yeah, Josh Reed.
Just you wait. Champions League season incoming.
But yeah, I got Crystal Palace, Tottenham, Burnley, Man U, Man City.
Ooh, you know what we should do? Famous fans.
No Sunderland? Sunderland till I die?
I'm open to adding a couple. I should probably stop adding any teams today.
No, you also shouldn't pick a team like that is like they will never win the Premier League as long as they live.
Liam Neeson, famously a Crystal Palace fan.
Ooh.
That's you like Liam Neeson?
Qui-Gon Jinn.
Everybody likes Liam Neeson.
Qui-Gon Jinn.
Everybody likes Liam Neeson?
Yes.
I don't disagree with that. I think that's right.
Likes Liam Neeson.
He's
awesome.
Famous Burnley fans. How about that one?
No, don't Burnley. Was Burnley on your list? Was Chelsea? Was Chelsea on your list?
This is the starting list. Chelsea's on there. Burnley's on there.
Okay.
Get Chelsea off that list right now.
So who's not on the list? Leeds is not on the list.
Leeds isn't on
Fulham
there.
is not on the
Fulham's
list.
not on
Everton
there.
is not on the list at this moment.
How do you feel about Tom Hanks? He's a famous Aston Villa fan, apparently.
Tom Hanks is awesome.
You like Liam Neeson more than you like Tom Hanks?
That feels really wrong to say, but
I don't want him as a Liverpool fan.
I guess.
Get out of here.
Hey,
what
Samuel
a
L.
disaster.
Jackson is an
That's
Everton
so
fan.
bad.
Josh is over here. Everyone.
Sir
over
Paul
Samuel L.
McCartney
Jackson.
is also an Everton fan.
Oh, wow.
Listen, I don't even. LeBron is LeBron's a Liverpool owner, by the way.
Congrats.
The Beatles. How about the Beatles? You know they're good.
Dave Bautista. He's cool. He's a Spurs fan.
Listen to this.
Jude Law.
Did you hear what just happened? I
Ray
brought
Liotta.
out the Beatles, and he brought back a wrestler from 2008.
I have one of the Beatles as an Everton fan, Paul McCartney.
Yeah.
Who's the 6th most famous actor in a Marvel movie.
You don't even have the Beatles. The Beatles were split.
How about Dr. Dre and Brad Pitt?
Also,
How about that?
Don't get me started on the
That's
Beatles.
Liverpool. We bring out the A-list.
I am not here for Dave Bautista's slander.
How about Millie
a
Bobby
sixth best
Brown?
actor in a Marvel movie. Dave Bautista steals every movie he's
How about
in.
Daniel Craig, James
He
Bond?
was so good in Blade Runner.
James Bond is a Liverpool fan.
I'm stopping the show to get the Dave Bautista slander out of it. He's awesome.
I'm with you, Jeremy.
He's fine. He's good.
awesome.
Except he's a Spurs fan, so he can get out of here.
Tottenham's got an early lead for me here.
Get out of here.
Just power rankings, Tottenham is sitting in the one spot right now.
Angelina Jolie, Mike Myers.
Your guy, Tommy Fleetwood.
Oh, who's
Everton
he?
fan.
Everton. Famous Arsenal fans.
Billy Bob Thornton.
I've got the Queen.
Oh,
how about that?
That's tough.
Elvis Costello.
Idris Elba, Arsenal fan. Piers Morgan. He's kind of annoying. Don't
John
look at him.
Oliver.
Sylvester Stallone.
For who?
Everton.
We're having conversations here, and you're just shouting out Everton.
Hey, I got to support my guys.
Kevin Costner, Demi Moore, Lewis Hamilton. Oh, we get Lewis Hamilton. Great. Anyway, do the right thing. Choose Arsenal.
I
I gotta whittle it down.
I might protest the Liam Neeson thing. I see Liam Neeson on a list of Liverpool fans right here.
Boy. Look at Liverpool probably would.
Or maybe Liam Neeson is just.
You probably would fake it.
He's
like Rob Lowe with the shield helmet.
Yeah,
or the
right.
shield hat.
He likes
Just
all
like
the
shield.
teams.
He just
All
likes
right.
the league.
Danny DeVito likes Arsenal. You know,
Danny DeVito.
Benedict-
the Beatles and Dr. Dre.
Benedict
I
Cumberbatch.
rest
Joe,
my case.
The Beatles don't do anything for me. I'm
Yeah,
sorry.
right.
Okay.
Yeah.
Fine.
Cool.
Nothing?
Nothing.
I mean, they invented the way that songs are
The
structured.
Beatles.
these
Why don't you tell us who Woodrow Wilson liked? Who, whatever. Congratulations. Sean McDermott on the other side. On the idea of trading Samuel, we sure about that? We're just going to turn that over to Tyrell Shavers, who's had a nice preseason. He has a nice preseason a lot. I mean, Samuel just doesn't play.
What do
That's
you
the
think you're
problem.
really losing in Samuel is the question.
I know.
I'd like for him to be healthy and to factor into this offense. But I think they have him right now in a yak player in Shakir, and I think they have him in a man beater in Josh Palmer. Right?
I guess.
He's kind of my backup to both. So I don't know what I'm really missing out on there for Samuel. So, sure, it's the 5th spot on the depth chart. It's special teams. It's Shavers is going to be my Keon Coleman ex-receiver backup, right? That's another part of this. If Coleman were to ever go down, Shavers is playing his spot, and if Shavers isn't with you anymore, I don't know who that guy is. It's just a backup spot, but I don't know. I wouldn't know who to tell you. If Shavers got claimed by another team and Coleman goes down with injury, am I playing Josh Palmer at the X? That'd be a question for, Matt Harmon maybe. I don't know.
Take you live to One Bill's Drive for Sean McDermott, who has said he does expect James Cook to practice today.
Derek Forrest will do special teams and individual, and then we'll see from there what he can do. Same with Daquan Hardy, special teams and individual. He will not have contact today, dealing with a shoulder. Derek Forrest dealing with an ankle. Limited will be Cole, Taylor Rapp, and Caden Prather. I think that should cover most of them. Time's yours.
To clarify on James, have
Sure.
you had, when you say expected, have you had conversations with him that lead you to think he's practicing today? Has anything changed?
I would say so. That things have changed, Elena, and yes, we've had conversations with James, good conversations, as I've mentioned before, and the information that we're getting is that he is moving in the direction of practicing today. So, we'll see in a few minutes here, but that's the information we've gotten. So.
Is that from James himself, just to clarify that?
I don't think it's necessary to get into the weeds on it. But, the most important thing is that he is expected to practice, and I'm rather confident that that's going to happen.
Sean, with Cole returning today on a limited basis, you spoke a little bit last week about the challenge of not having Taylor and Cole out there a lot together. Where do you assess that, that position? Because time on task for those two guys is pretty important.
Yeah, it's huge, Jay. It really is. I mean, to be a good defense, you've got to have that component of good safety play, and not anything against the guys who have been out there. I think they've been playing well, quite honestly, DeMar and the other guys that have been back there. And let's not forget DeMar, played quite extensively last year for us, so we have a lot of confidence in him. That said, when we're just focusing in on Taylor and Cole, that continuity together is important. Cole's been out there. T-Rap's been out there quite a bit. Just over the last week he hasn't or so, but Cole's the one who's missed quite a bit of time, again, just like last year. So, it remains to be seen what he's truly able to do and do for us, and, that's a big position for us, right? So, and then, like I mentioned, numerous times over, the continuity between the two of them and pairing up, kind of like the Batman and Robin piece, it's just experiencing things together. How did you see it? How did I see it? Being in the film room together, it's huge, and we're getting short on time.
With in regards to Cole in particular, you referenced it there. How tough is that as a coaching staff when you've made an investment in a player and you want to see, but you haven't really been able to tell with the injuries?
Yeah, you get a little bit. There is some level of frustration. But it's not the first time, right? You always deal with things this time of year or through the course of a season, and you adjust. That's what we as coaches do, and you can only control what you can control. And in some ways, same for the player. It's not like Cole's not wanting to be out there or not trying to be out there or he wants to be injured. That's not it at all. He's the exact opposite of that. That said, there is a piece of this that, hey, we don't know because we haven't seen enough at this point. So it's a little bit of a question mark right now in terms of the position overall, but it is an important position for a defense.
Sean, you had such a unique thing with Micah and Jordan, and I know that's in the past, but is it not specifically to these players or the injuries, but has it had to make you change the way you look at the position for your team just because you had that experience? They were out there, it seems like, all the time, and between injuries and youth, it's different now than it was then. Do you look at the position itself from your total defense differently than you did?
Yeah, not necessarily, Mike. I think the biggest thing is you cannot lower your standards, right? And it is such an important position to a defense. I mean, years ago, coaching Brian Dawkins, we had Mike Lewis next to him, we had Tim Houck next to him, we had Blaine Bishop next to him. And that pairing up is critical, probably more than any position on the field, offensively, defensively. And I think the important piece is that we don't lower our standards. If we want to be a good defense, you got to have two safeties that can play football for you.
What did you think about Michael Blake, which
Saturday, and what have you learned about him since camp started and how's it going on?
Yeah, I like him. We talk about being a smart football team on defense, in particular in this case, and he is smart. He's tough. He can set a tone for us, and so he's been a really good addition. We've had our eyes on him for a few years, and to get him here now, it's what you see on tape, you really never know until you get a player here, and free agency is always a little bit some unknown, because you just don't know, coming from a different locker room, culture, what have you. But I think he's going to be able to help us, and unfortunately he'll be gone for the first 6, so we've got to manage that, as you guys know.
Sean, on Tyler, where is he right now, Tyler Bass, and how do you balance not being able to have that operation take place here in the middle of training camp just a couple weeks away?
Yeah, I mean, that's, again, similar to the safety position. Some level of we got to get going, and Tyler knows that. We've talked. I know Coach Tabes and Tyler have talked. We got to get going, and he'll be out there today a little bit. We're trying to get him going. I said he's going to be out there in like limited fashion-ish. What he's going to do is, he's on a program, and it's, crawl, walk, run, for lack of a better way of saying it. And then the other kicker will be out there too for us. So that'll help us actually be able to get some things done from an operation standpoint, working on some things, and it's, we're getting closer, like for all these guys who have been out, a significant amount of time, we're getting closer and closer to the start of the season, and no one's going to feel sorry for us, so we got to get ready to go. So time's running out.
Hey, Sean, with Grable and Seth both sidelines, you're getting to look at some other guys. Can you give us your thoughts on what you thought of Chase Blunt? You played him at some tackle, some guard. It's a guy that you drafted, and you need to find a swing offensive line.
Yeah, I thought he did some good things, and I would, if Chrome was sitting here, Joe, they'd echo the same. To be able to play two positions, I think shows some level of flexibility. For all these guys that played their first game, it was their first game, right? I'm sure you guys remember the first story you ever wrote, right? And where you are now, what an adjustment. And so it's no different for me. Like first game you ever coached compared to now, and it's for our veteran players even. You go through your first preseason game, and you're like, okay, I'm back in the saddle again, and it doesn't always go exactly the way you would hope. But the adjustment from game 1 to game 2 for these players, young players, older players alike, is important. And this week here is a big week for us. From practice the next couple of days, 2 hard practices that we had drawn up, and then obviously traveling to Chicago and practicing against them, and then playing on Sunday night.
Is there any timeline on Maxwell Harrison in terms of like when he can start kind of ramped up again?
Yeah, I don't have any true updates other than he is off the crutches and starting to move around a little bit more, and starting to move around and now walk through for the first time. So it's a little bit like Cole's situation last year. When you get injured, unfortunately, as a young player, you're missing a ton of fill in the blank reps, experience, technique work, fundamentals, all those things, and so there's going to be a lot of work to get done here as he continues to get going from a ramp up standpoint.
Sean, how about Chris Samuel? We saw him in pregame warm-ups on Saturday before the game, but as you just mentioned, that he won't practice. Is he relatively close?
We're getting close. Yeah, we're getting close. And I would say, with there's progress in all these names that I read off. It's just sometimes small progress, or we'll get, hey, we think we're making progress. And then all of a sudden it's, we tried to run him, not Curtis in this case, but we tried to run him, and he could only get to 75% before he felt pain, so we got to back him off. And so that's some of the, the trainers are doing a good job. They're trying to push it, and then they feel the pain, so we got to come down a little bit. So it's kind of the ebb and flow of returning a player to play, just trying to do it smart. Because big picture wise, you never want to get a player out there too early and then they re-injure, and now you got a bigger problem on your hands. So, like in Cole's situation, or in this case Curtis's, we've been waiting some time, and we want to continue to be smart. Although, it is. I'm getting anxious to get them both back and get them out there. So.
With Harrison, is there any thought of starting your injured reserve?
With who again?
Harrison.
We have not had those specific conversations. Due to the timeline, there may be a conversation that needs to be had at some point. Right now, we have not visited that.
With the joint practice coming up at the end of the week, is there a couple of things that you guys go into that looking for specifically from your team?
Well, I think it's really good, Josh, for love being back in this room. Love it.
The AC kicks on it.
Yeah, and some other things that go on in this room. But yeah, so one of the things I think is really good about the joint practice experience is, our young players, but same with anyone on our roster, you get a chance to get into a intense, highly competitive environment. It's not a game, but it's about as close to a game as you could get. And so that experience is invaluable, right? And seeing how our players, that'll be the first look for us to see, okay, here's, I think someone mentioned Chase, right? Here's Chase in game one. How does he look in Friday's practice against the Bears? And then how does he look in the game? I mean, that's 2 periods of time where we're going to hopefully see growth and him kind of getting more comfortable. Not that in the first year you ever get too comfortable, but it's growth and development opportunities, and getting these guys to this is what it is. They have the skill. Can they make that adjustment? When you have the skill, it's really about how much experience can we get them in a short amount of time.
Sean, the joint practices are new, but it seems like they're more consistently happening. Is the league getting better at getting what you want out of them, making them more efficient?
Well, I've heard some things. It's a hard answer for me to say holistically how it's affecting the league. For us, I feel like it's been very valuable the years that we've been able to do it. I heard some things, about some of the joint practices that have gone on, and I think that's where it spills over into some stuff that you really don't, some excess you really don't want. But our goal when we practice together with a team is to make our team better with another environment like I already talked about. The other stuff that goes on, I think, is what the league's trying to get rid of, and honestly, it's a waste of time.
Sean, what did you see from Cam Lewis and the role you gave him in the game?
Cam Lewis, yeah, I mean, Cam's an important piece for us. He plays a lot of different positions, wears a lot of different hats, played safety primarily for us in the game the other day. And again, I think when Cam's lived the tough football life because of not only his journey, which has been awesome to watch unfold, but also when you're playing and expected to play more than one position, it takes time to, okay, where do you want me to play this week? And then within the middle of a game, boom, you're over here. It's kind of like, I guess in some way like the life of a backup quarterback. You don't get all the snaps, but you're expected to perform when your number's called. So that's not easy, but he's figured out how to really kind of carve out a role for himself in that regard.
Sean, I know it's early in the week, but will Josh or the starters play in Sunday night's game?
We'll see. I'm not there yet on it. We got a big practice today to get through, and then tomorrow, and then as a staff, we'll talk about it some more at that point in time.
Coach, you talked about Taylor Rapp and Cole Bishop missing out on some of those important snaps, but in your linebacking unit, you've got Terrell Bernard and Matt Milano, who've had some valuable time together. I think they only played less than 10 games together when Matt Milano was healthy.
Yeah.
How valuable has it been to see them on the field throughout the almost entire training camp?
Yeah, it's important. I mean, TB's though missed, I don't know, a week or plus, so, and then Matt missed some time last year. So again, continuity, consistency, experience together, we could use it, and we need it. If, we want to be a good defense and play good football overall as a team, you got to have that. That availability piece is real because it breeds trust more than anything, and that's an important piece for us.
Hey, Sean, along the same lines as Cam Lewis, are you getting any closer to establishing a home base position with Jordan being coach?
Yeah. The answer is no. But it's no in a good way. No from the standpoint of he has shown that, and the reason why we drafted him, that flexibility, he has shown that since he's gotten here. A lot of work to do, right? So thought he did some good things in the game, and then the week leading up to the game as well prior to the game. But right now it's a new week, and he is going to be tasked with balancing more than one position. And that'll be his role, at least as it stands right now, and that's a challenge, right? So he looks at this point to have the football acumen to be able to balance it. We'll see as we move forward here.
Sean, one more clarifying question on James. Is his situation still kind of day-to-day, or is it the hold it's over?
Too early to go there. Right now, I'm just focused on what's right in front of us, which is the practice, which would be a step for us here, which is what we're focused on right now. Okay. All right, thank you guys, appreciate it.
All right, that is Sean McDermott on James Cook. We're going to go right back to break, get you the update on James Cook, who is expected to practice today, and, quote, things have changed, quote, what has changed, TBD.
They're minus 600 on the cap, so 600,000. I do think they have to do something to clear up a couple million. I have no idea though what that's going to be.
Extend James Cook.
Maybe that could be it.
That is one spot. If we could bring up James Cook for one moment, that is maybe, and there aren't that many spots he has leverage. That's one.
Mm-hmm.
My cap hit is 5.2, and an extension gets me down.
Yeah.
5.7.
5.7, yeah.
His cap it is 5.7. You want to get under the cap? Extend Cook. And that might be another part of this that's frustrating for Bean. Like, I'm ready to be under the cap. The deal's on the table. It's got this guaranteed. Here's your cap hit in year one. It's 2.4 or whatever.
Wow.
And we do what we need to do to get under the cap.
Well, does Cook have a little bit of leverage there that we haven't thought about before?
That's the only leverage he might have.
Like, hey, your plan here to be cap compliant and to have this little bit of flexibility to do things is reliant on signing me.
Right.
So
that's
right,
one thing that Rousseau had. Rousseau had a little bit of that too. There's a couple quotes here from Tom Brady, who was speaking with Joel Klatt on the Joel Klatt Show
on Fox.
Makes sense. Joel Klatt's there. Did you see the comments?
No.
It's about Mahomes. Brady. He just got a statue. Brady did. Mahomes probably will, but Brady's got a statue, and there are some quotes in here that you decide if they are nothing, or if you could get Tom Brady, at a bar with a beer, what he would say about it.
Mm-hmm.
He's asked about the quarterbacks in the league. He's a minority owner of the Raiders.
I would say so. I would say so that things have changed. And yes, we've had conversations with James, good conversations, as I've mentioned before. The information that we're getting is that he is moving in the direction of practicing today. So see you in a few minutes here, but that's the information we've gotten.
Okay, James Cook, he expects him to practice, but more detail than just, I expect everybody to practice. He also said, I don't want to get into the weeds on it. That could be the conversation, how and why Cook came back. there are, of course, Joe, a number of avenues that get Cook to practicing. One, he gives up and says, I'll play on my deal and I'll prove everybody wrong. Mm-hmm. 2, they sign a deal. Mm-hmm. 3, they work towards a deal and he still plays. But if he's expected to practice today, then the 1 week hold in is over. And here we go. He could be back.
Yeah. Moving in the direction
of practicing.
He also, not to analyze the number of ums, but as I do that, he said 3 times. Like it almost sounded like he wanted to say he's gonna practice today, but he wouldn't. Because then, I mean, if you say definitively he's gonna practice today and he's not out there, like you've left yourself no wiggle room for what he's done, which is, I think, leaving some wiggle room.
Sure.
He might not practice today still.
It might just be also out of his control. He might be, I was told progress was made on the deal, but I can't say that kind of thing. And I don't know if we got it over the line or if Cook can be it. I'm just making up, again, a scenario here where, Cook could be close. I'm told we're close enough that he feels good enough to practice, but the deal's not signed. So he is going to practice. But when he says I don't want to get in the weeds, what are the weeds? The contract?
Or him getting on board with practicing without a new contract.
Sure. There's also that they don't really know what to expect from Cook and the agent. They were blindsided when he started his hold-in. Mm-hmm. They probably thought it was over.
Right.
So,
I don't know. Maybe they feel like they can't fully trust the other side. And that's kind of what this is shedding light on, right? Like, practice is about to start, and they don't know. Like, there could be constant communication, but it sounds like there is some sort of, break in the line or a gap or a mistrust to some degree. Of maybe that's the agent, maybe that doesn't have to be Cook, to get to the point where, hey, practice is about to start and you don't even know if he's going to be out there.
I'm waiting for an update from an insider. Here we go. Where's Diana Rossini?
Like, if you were really close to a deal, like it's going to happen this hour, wouldn't you just say he's not practicing?
Or you would say maybe he is practicing because you know that they're close.
You know that he's going to get a deal done.
And they're moments away from signing it.
Like talking like it's not. Like I don't know. I don't know. Like that doesn't sound to me like they're about to do a deal.
Well, he says things have changed. So what has changed? Things have changed.
I don't know. Cook, I think it's more likely Cook getting on board with practicing without an extension.
But if you're James, I guess you'd have to ask which James Cook would rather do. Play without a safety net, play without a contract that's guaranteed money that the Bills are offering. They have a deal on the table. Say, never mind, I'm going to table it and I'm going to get to work. Or,
which is what he's already done. Twice at minicamp and at the beginning of training camp.
That's right.
So he's already done it.
Has he been convinced to come back? Because, you know what? I'm not going to win this way, and $20 million guaranteed is good money.
Maybe him and his agent thought, let's try this and see how it goes, and maybe a week in, he's like, I don't like this. I don't like how this feels. I don't like the tension it creates. I don't like the questions my teammates are getting about it. I don't like that it's going to be on Hard Knocks tonight. Maybe he was like, all right, let's try it. And then a week later, like, I don't like this. This is uncomfortable for me.
Curtis Samuel, relatively close to a return to practice. Limited, Bishop and Rapp, and Derek Forrest. The Bills signed a safety and dumped a tight end.
Yep.
So they signed a safety.
Yep. Well, I mean, they've got everybody at safety basically on the injury report, right?
Yeah.
So that makes sense.
All right. We'll get a break in. You got a thought on that? 803-0550 on what you heard from Sean McDermott there? We're happy to hear it. Bills head off to Chicago this week to play the Bears in a joint practice and a game. Jeremy and Joe on WGR.
They're minus 600 on the cap. So 600,000. I do think they have to do something to clear up a couple million. I have no idea, though, what that's going to be.
Extend James Cook?
Maybe. That could be it.
That is one spot, if we could bring up James Cook for one moment. That is maybe, and there aren't that many spots he has leverage. That's one.
Mm-hmm.
My cap hit is 5.2, and an extension gets me down.
Yeah.
5.7.
5.7, yeah.
His cap hit is 5.7. You want to get under the cap? Extend Cook. And that might be another part of this that's frustrating for Bean. Like, I'm ready to be under the cap. The deal's on the table. It's got this guaranteed. Here's your cap hit in year one. It's 2.4 or whatever.
Well,
and we do what we need to do to get under the cap.
Well, does Cook have a little bit of leverage there that we haven't thought about
the only leverage
before?
he might have.
Like, hey, your plan here to be cap compliant and to have this little bit of flexibility to do things is reliant on signing me.
Right.
So
that's one thing that Rousseau had. Rousseau had a little bit of that too.
I would say so. I would say so that things have changed. And yes, we've had conversations with James, good conversations, as I've mentioned before. The information that we're getting is that he is moving in the direction of practicing today. So, we'll see in a few minutes here, but that's the information we've got. I don't think it's necessary to get into the weeds on it. The most important thing is that he is expected to practice, and I'm rather confident that that's going to happen.
Sean McDermott on James Cook. Things have changed. Who's ready to play? It's like a game show. Get what's cooking. Studio audience claps. Time to play. What's cooking? Your guess what happens today. James Cook is there. No new deal in place. He's practicing. And if he speaks about it after practice, it'll be, just want to be out here with my teammates.
Yep.
Anything else? I just want to be out here with my teammates. And he'll just say that 5 times, and we'll be in the same spot tomorrow.
And I'll predict he's not out there.
Wow.
I don't think he'll be out there. I don't think it's that different than what he said the other day. By the way, Terry McLaurin at Washington practiced today, but he's not practicing.
The difference is that the last day at camp, he said, I expect everybody out there. And today he was asked to clarify and said, I spoke with him. Things have changed. But then you're right. He did say he's moving in the direction of practicing. In the same way that Curtis Samuel is moving in the direction of practicing and seemingly never practices.
Right, like we are one day closer to the next time he'll practice. There's no disputing that.
It's kind of like Mike McDaniel saying one day closer to death. You know, like, it's kind of the same thing. That's right. We are one day closer to something else happening.
Yeah, moving in the direction of practicing could mean, I think, a lot of things.
Right.
And the core comment is expecting him to practice. And what we already know, I think, is that in McDermott's language, that means he expects everybody that's healthy to practice. So that part of the comment I can almost just throw out. It's then how much do you want to believe, I think things have changed. Or things changed that he warmed up in the preseason on Saturday, and maybe that gives him a further belief that he could be on the field. I don't know. I don't think he's going to be out there though.
I think he will.
Quickest bet board of all time.
Yeah.
All right.
What do you want? $5?
Sure.
Bet.
Bang.
We don't have to put it on the bet board though, because we probably will have the information any second.
Within minutes.
We do have room though.
This feels like an easy $5 for me. You don't even want odds?
I don't even want odds.
Joe,
you think he's not?
I think he's, I think he was dancing around something there.
All right, I'll bet it with you too.
All right.
$5. All right, look at this. I can win $10. Come on, James Cook. If enough of us make this bet and he does practice,
we can come up with the $15 million.
Yeah, this is it. We've solved the James Cook problem.
Group funding the James Cook contract.
We all just bet $5 and gave him the money.
I think that might be a violation of the CBA. I'm not actually sure.
Oh, tell that to Tom Brady.
Yeah, that's right. What did he do? His teammates. He had his teammates pay for his business.
Yes.
For his
something like that.
His teammates pay for his business's services, the TB12, whatever.
He's in all kinds of nefarious activity. The Miami thing was weird too. The ownership thing, right?
All of it.
It's all weird.
Yeah.
Here it is. See, like McDermott would also.
Do we do any details? What qualifies as him? Or if he's in street clothes, he's that's not.
He's practicing. He's practicing.
Yeah, practicing. Okay.
So here's one more thing on this before we find out if he does. McDermott, by saying this, knows and would have known from Friday that the internet gets the quote, he will practice, and it's Pro Football Talk already up. Cook will practice. If Cook doesn't practice, this all becomes officially, and I don't think it's gone all the way to this, if he does not practice today after what the coach just said, then it is officially a full-on cluster. Bleep. Full mess. You can't have the coach saying, I expect him to practice, I expect everybody to practice, then he doesn't. You can't 4 days later say, we had good conversations, things have changed, he will practice, and then he doesn't again. At that point, it becomes full-on, I don't want to go clown show.
Well,
it's a mess. It becomes a full mess.
It would be a message to James Cook. If McDermott, every time he did a press conference, from now until Cook returns to practice, if every press conference he started it with, I expect James Cook to practice today.
He didn't say that. He said he will. He was asked to clarify.
I expect that James Cook will practice today.
Yeah.
Right. If he says that every time to start a press conference and he's not out there, that's a message to James Cook that we're not happy that you're doing it this way.
If he does that every day and he doesn't, then he looks like a fool.
He looks like he's sending a message to the running back that I think you should be out here and you're not.
You can't do that. You can't, as an organization, send a message to a player by going out there and looking like you don't know what's going to happen every day. The Bills can't, as an organization, represent that they don't know what's going to happen. If they know,
They don't.
They should say it, and the pressure is the same.
He said just now he doesn't know. He wouldn't say he'll be out there. He said, I think he's moving in the direction of
Let's pull up the
practicing.
quote again.
Yeah.
Again,
Get it
who
exact.
wants to play? What's cooking? I'm going to find this. Somebody just sent me that shit. Yeah, let's get it one more time with the clarification.
I would say so. I would say so that things have changed. And yes, we've had conversations with James, good conversations, as I've mentioned before. The information that we're getting is that he is moving in the direction of practicing today. So, we'll see in a few minutes here, but that's the information we've got.
Yeah, we've been told he will. We have been told he will.
And were they told last week that he would?
No, they were not.
Schefter, I'm getting...
No, on the chat, that is fake.
Okay.
That is fake. Yeah, not true. If you see somebody wrote something in the chat, that is not correct. Because I checked. We are told that he will. If you are the team that walks out every day and said they told us he will,
but they don't,
you can't look like you are being lied to, and you can't look like you're
not saying he's going to be out there like definitively and saying searching for those words of he's moved. That quote cuts out 10 seconds of him trying to search for words to explain how James Cook's going to be out there. He doesn't want to just say he'll be out there because even if Cook's telling him that, they don't know.
The reason he's doing that 10 seconds and not saying it is because he's trying to do the thing you're saying he's doing. He's trying to avoid saying he will be out there and being wrong.
By
saying moving in this direction.
Because
that's why we've been told, because he's going to be out there.
Because he's not sure.
You want to buy out of this bet for $4 right now?
No, because he's not sure. If he was 100% confident James Cook would be out there, he would have said it definitively.
Well, he can't be because he's been lied to before.
Exactly. That is equal to they don't know.
Right. So what you're suggesting is that what they would do is not be lied to, but he would say it as if he's being lied to every day to put pressure on the running back. To which I say, you look stupid if you do that. You said if they come out every day and say this, and he doesn't practice every day, they're sending him a message. And I'm telling you, if they did that every day, the message would be, we're being lied to every day, and we're believing it.
Unless they think it looks bad on Cook.
He's just going to practice. I think we're 4 minutes away from finding out, right?
If he's going to be out there.
You got to get close.
I actually am surprised we haven't had it yet. Their listed time for practice was 9:30. So, and it's 9:42.
Mm-hmm.
And we don't know. Is this going to be one of those where we don't find out till 10:02?
I don't know what the rules are. I don't on tweeting and all this.
No Malik Neighbors at practice. Meanwhile, in New York, this guy, just get him on the. What's his problem? He's got injuries.
He does.
Worried about Jaden Reed? Your guy Jaden Reed out in Green Bay? Sounds like I don't think he's playing week 1.
I traded him. He's no longer my guy.
Oh, right.
I still like him just fine, but I traded him away.
Okay, so you're not worried about it.
In a deal to get Neighbors. So, no.
Well, Neighbors is just like a nagging thing.
Yeah, it's fine.
Meanwhile, Reed's like in a walking boot. So
let's check in once again with Owen Parks the Bus.
Yes.
Did we say it was called that? Owen Parks the Bus? Owen Parker
We did.
Picks his Premier League team. So Friday's the first game. Saturday, full slate.
Mm-hmm.
I do already have invites to multiple watch parties for the first game. My buddy's trying to get me to Banshee for Liverpool.
You don't want that.
Listen, you know why he doesn't want that? Because I guarantee this is how my brother became. My brother picked a team. He did what you're doing, and he went through it, and he said, "I'm going to be a Chelsea fan." He got a Pulisic shirt. He's like, I'm going to be a Chelsea fan.
Yeah, it doesn't work.
And then guess what happened? He went to a Liverpool watch party with me and a couple buddies at that bar and instantly flipped him.
Yeah.
Instantly flipped him, went again, and now he's all in.
Well,
if you go on Friday, I'll predict it right now. If he goes to that on Friday, he's a Liverpool fan.
Well, if he chooses a team that just won the championship, I would have questions to begin with.
That is my biggest roadblock with the Liverpool selection at this point.
Yes, but if you want the community and a group following,
I'm
not
getting
that other teams
more
don't have that too,
from the Tottenham crew.
Tottenham shares that place with us, and they do really well.
They are a loud, persistent bunch.
Yes, they are.
Chad
They are obnoxious.
Like Bill's Mafia in the mid-2000s.
Yes.
That's
a good comparison.
If I may.
Yes.
I say that with love.
Yeah. They're screaming across the bar, "You respect me," the whole time as they're getting dunked on by Leeds.
Well, at least that sounds familiar.
Yes. Yeah. Anyway, Nick Mandola is going to come in on Friday, chat with us about this upcoming season. He was the one that always used to write the article, like which team is which. If you wanted to pick a team right now, which team is which.
Mm-hmm.
And, there are imperfect comparisons. There are some. There's the Dodgers and the Yankees. And the Liverpool's like the Eagles. I mean, they've won a bunch. They've won enough.
Liverpool, are they the Eagles?
They're the champs, and they're
sure.
So good about it now.
You what?
Joe doesn't feel so good about it now.
I don't know how I feel about that comparison.
No
Eagles,
comparison's going to be perfect.
I know. Liverpool's like the Bills if the Bills won it. Like the Bills won last year. That's Liverpool.
You're just trying to get my brain to get tricked here.
Yeah, it's not even debatable.
Because Man City's the Chiefs. And who is always finishing second to the Chiefs? The Bills. Liverpool has finished second.
That's Arsenal.
But they haven't been competing with City as long as Liverpool has. Liverpool would have had a dynasty if City didn't break every rule in the book.
Right, just like the Bills would have had a dynasty.
It's possible.
I mean, Liverpool,
if the Chiefs didn't exist, it's possible.
This is quite a massaging. As Manchester City won, 6 out of 7 titles, and you say Liverpool would have had a dynasty if not for the team that won 6 out of 7. If not for them, if not for Tiger Woods, Ernie Els would have been the GOAT.
Liverpool had the 3rd greatest Premier League season ever, or 4th greatest, and didn't win it because City exists.
Yeah, they had like 1 loss that year.
They had 1 loss and didn't win the championship.
Sorry. Yeah. All right.
By the way, I am not fighting
this,
for you to be a Liverpool fan, even though if it does sound like that.
If you don't like this, blame James Cook. Is he going to practice or not? Still waiting.
I think every minute that passes, my bet looks better and better.
It does?
I think we look great.
Every minute that passes.
Okay. I'll take that $10. What am I going to do with this $10?
That's a good question.
Put it on.
I'm gonna put it
on Southampton.
I'm gonna put it on Southampton. That's exactly right. What I'm gonna do. All right, Extendo Sports coming up.
Oh wait, we got it.
And?
Or is this the fake one that you were telling me about?
If it's a contract extension, that was fake.
No. Okay. James Cook is back at practice today.
$10.
We owe him $10.
Easy.
There's a picture of him in pads.
Easy. How did Schefter get that pick? He's not at practice.
We don't lose. We get James Cook back.
So. Is he?
Schefter's at practice?
That is odd that Schefter is
has a picture of it. Somebody sent him a picture.
Yeah. All right.
Okay. James Cook back at practice. As expected.
Yes, you could say that. As expected. It was said as expected.
That's right. All right, we'll wrap things up. Northtown Automotive Extra Point Show. We've got some news. Cook back, and we'll see what he has to say after practice, if in fact he does speak. On the idea of trading Samuel, we sure about that? We're just going to turn that over to Tyrell Shavers, who's had a nice preseason. He has a nice preseason a lot. I mean, Samuel just doesn't play.
What do you think you're really losing in Samuel is the question.
I know.
I'd like for him to be healthy and to factor into this offense. But I think they have him right now in a yak player in Shakir, and I think they have him in a man beater in Josh Palmer. Right?
I guess.
He's kind of my backup to both. So I don't know what I'm really missing out on there for Samuel. So, sure, it's the 5th spot on the depth chart. It's special teams. It's Shavers is going to be my Keon Coleman ex-receiver backup, right? That's another part of this. If Coleman were to ever go down, Shavers is playing his spot, and if Shavers isn't with you anymore, I don't know who that guy is. It's just a backup spot, but I don't know. I wouldn't know who to tell you. If Shavers got claimed by another team and Coleman goes down with injury, am I playing Josh Palmer at the X? That'd be a question for, Matt Harmon maybe. I don't know. They're minus 600 on the cap, so 600,000. I do think they have to do something to clear up a couple million. I have no idea, though, what that's going to be.
Extend James Cook?
Maybe. That could be it.
That is one spot, if we could bring up James Cook for one moment. That is maybe, and there aren't that many spots he has leverage. That's one.
Mm-hmm.
My cap hit is 5.2, and an extension gets me down.
Yeah.
5.7.
5.7, yeah.
His cap hit is 5.7. You want to get under the cap? Extend Cook. And that might be another part of this that's frustrating for Bean. Like, I'm ready to be under the cap. The deal's on the table. It's got this guaranteed. Here's your cap hit in year one. It's 2.4 or whatever.
Well,
and we do what we need to do to get under the cap.
Well, does Cook have a little bit of leverage there that we haven't thought about
the only leverage
before?
he might have.
Like, hey, your plan here to be cap compliant and to have this little bit of flexibility to do things is reliant on signing me.
Right.
So
that's
all right,
one thing that
come
Rousseau
on.
had. Rousseau had a little bit of that too. All right. I'll get trivia or something. So something where we can all contribute to this segment, because now that we have 4 cameras, like, here we are. What's up there? Is that a...
Yeah, I'm trying to figure. There's a towel up there.
It's a towel from the blue and red.
Well, here goes here goes my mic. But
that's from last season.
That
isn't
is the towel we got at the end of last season. That's got Billy Buffalo planted on there, some chicken wings.
Okay.
Shout out to Ticketmaster.
I didn't know what "There Goes My Mic" meant until I watched it on the 3-second delay. Right. His microphone fall from the
Let's
sky.
go ahead and make a GIF of that and be like day one with the quad box.
Every once in a while, we'll be talking, and then all of a sudden I hear this loud noise, and he just drops his mic.
Yep.
Yeah. Sometimes these just come like unscrewed on their own. All right, we have it confirmed that James Cook is practicing today. He is back at practice. What has changed? Well, he's practicing.
That he was willing to practice without a contract. This is good.
It would seem. Is it closer to being done? Some might speculate. Who knows? But he is out there in pads, guardian cap, catching passes, doing what he does.
And Jeremy's been paid.
I've been paid. I've made my $10.
Now he will do what with it? Bet the Ryder Cup. Although we still have a lot of time for that.
We do. I'm going to bet the Falcons preseason game.
Oh, what? Betting preseason football. The player props is one thing. The teams and stuff is just...
That's tough.
Although I will say, I was on the Giants on Saturday.
Yeah?
The Bills were favorites, and the Giants... It was the quarterback.
The Giants have actual quarterbacks.
Yeah, it was like Jameis Winston's going to be playing in the third and fourth quarter of this game, and if not him, DeVito, who's done a couple nice things in the league. Like, they have better quarterbacks. They're going to win this game.
Yep.
And sure enough, what's the totals in these preseason games usually? Like 30.5?
Yeah, and they scored 35.
That game was like 56 points total? 50-something.
59.
59.
What else today? It's going to be hot. Stay cool.
Yes. See if Matt Stafford practices later today. He did not practice yesterday after the coach said he expected him to practice. That's for a different reason, though. He's got back injuries.
Yeah, the Rams season is like derailing fast.
Did you see Shadur Sanders go after a reporter?
He said, "You've only written negative things about me."
Yep, in person.
You don't like to see that.
Listen, you had a great preseason game. Maybe cool it and wait until you do it in a regular season game before you're out there attacking
Go ahead
the beat
and
guys.
send him the gif of EJ shushing the Browns crowd.
Right.
Like, easy. That's it for us. We are back tomorrow here on WGR.